Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most. A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Eberron, the Shield. A star-forged aegis whose strength lies in their shield, their armor, and their will to keep the Citadel and its mission safe. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams have grown more troubled, the sight of her future grown more dim, but whose skill in battle, wisdom in counsel, and love for her sister and the Citadel has grown even stronger. Tantin, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory, with knowledge of what he did for the last war, and what he can or must do for the next one. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, even as the threats they face grow stronger and stranger, and even if she herself can't know where the next path might lead. Rowan, the Wild Card. A human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. Now he's gone all in to save his friends. But will he have the chips to pay if his bet is called? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn, City of Towers, and started to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the Emerald Claw and the Nation of Thrain. They found Sky Blue, the daring thief somehow tied into the ancient draconic prophecy, and stopped the Claw operative Erulin Karnak before traveling back to Salvation and into the Grey to take down the repurposed Conclave outpost, repel a war-forged invasion, and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress, Razorcrag. They found an elemental forge of great power and rescued both hostages from Salvation and the maker of the Oracle of War himself. But the cost, and Braelish soldiers and the mighty floating fortress Argoth taken by the Lord of Blades himself, was high. Now the King's Citadel must widen their world, traveling to the neighboring countries of Karnath, Thrain, and beyond. They've saved Salvation, navigated Sharn, and neutralized Razorcrag. But can they learn the Oracle's secrets, unmask the Emerald Claw, and stop a war? Only if they remember that in the end all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the world beyond Salvation. It's always a great pleasure to hear that music, and it'll be the last time that we see, at least hopefully should be the last time that we see the Season 4 intro, because tonight, folks, is the finale of Season 4 of Dungeons & Dragons with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron, Oracle of War, Part 6 of Stonefire. This is definitely going to be the end, one way or the other, of that season. And if they manage to survive it, which is by no means a guaranteed thing, Infinity and Beyond will be moving on next week to Season 5 of Eberron, Oracle of War. And there's just one season after that, Season 5 and Season 6, before we wrap up this campaign next year. So I am excited for it. I hope you folks are as well. It's going to be pretty nuts, y'all. But before we get there, a couple of reminders about ways to support us on the channel. If you have not done so already, please follow us here on the channel. That is always appreciated. If you haven't already done so, please make sure to check out our YouTube, which is !ArvTube. And if you're watching me over there, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us, and please spread the word. We love to have people both on YouTube and on Twitch. We are currently at a new record number of subscribers over on YouTube, so every new sub over there is a new record. So please consider subbing over at YouTube with !ArvTube. Discord is !ArvCord. You can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Twitter is !ArvTweets, although who knows for how much longer we'll be on that hell site. But Blue Sky is definitely that is popping these days, so you should definitely head over to that. That is !ArvSky for Blue Sky. TikTok !ArvTalk. The website for all of this is arvanelleron.com, and while you're there, why don't you check out the Hearthglow podcast. We have our new long form recording happening next Friday of Hearthglow. Very excited for that. And then Triffid is going to be getting new episodes of that up for you very soon, so I'm super excited about all of that. And I hope you are too. Also, check out our Gen GM show with Zach Clay and myself, because we do DM and GM tips there. We have a new long-form video out, short-form videos on the way. On the on the financial front first, !ArvTreon, that's the Patreon, which is really the financial backbone of the channel. Cool stuff that you can get for yourself, cool stuff for others as well, for the channel as a whole, so please consider supporting us there. Subscribing to the channel is always appreciated, as JLC was kind enough to do. It's good to see you, JLC. I hope all is well. Definitely have thought about you on and off here, so I'm glad to see that you were still doing okay and you're hanging out with us. It's good to see you. Thank you so much for the support. And again, you can sub just like JLC by hitting that sub button and get those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch, plus inspirations to help our players is always a good thing as well. And then, of course, we have the publishing stuff. !Icarus, that's my graphic novel from Athos Arts. !Library is my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And !Grayshade. Brahms, what's up, Brahms? Thank you so much for the tier 1 resub. I just saw Brahms, in fact, a couple of weeks ago at CanCon. Thank you so much, Brahms. I appreciate that. I hope all's well, my friend. Thank you. So yes, !Grayshade. That is my Grayshade IP. Grayshade, Renegade, and Heretic is the Grey Assassin trilogy from Athos Arts. You can get that at that link. You can also get the audiobook of Grayshade from our very own Trent Sparks. And I've got some specific audio and trend-related stuff that you'll be interested to see here in just a moment. But very excited for the audio work there, and hopefully some future audio work coming down the line. We shall see. And !Grayshade will also let you pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Grayshade, which will be coming out from Alligator Alley Entertainment early next year from our very own Rising Tides, otherwise known as Brandon O'Brien, about whom more in a moment. So you can get all that with !Grayshade. And as always, !BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Oh, I totally hear that. But thank you, Brahms. I hope all is well. Hey, good stuff on, absolutely. Happy holidays, JLC, absolutely. And I'm glad to hear that, as long as it's not causing you too many problems, but I'm glad to hear that. Let's see, BLM, as I said, Help Now is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message we will do so for others in the future as well. Now, quick note about stuff coming up. Just a note that on Tuesday, we will have our D&D with viewers coming up, so you'll definitely want to stop by for that if you'd like to be a part of this D&D extravaganza. And then I will be playing By the Dice Roll with my By the Dice Roll group over at GOG.com. We will be playing more Ghosts of Saltmarsh, so more D&D there. And then the Vocalists will be back this coming Tuesday night with Growing Up, which is very cool, unusual, sort of strange game, but a lot of fun. And we're going to be doing more of that this coming Tuesday, so definitely stop by for that. Wednesday, we're off. Thursday, more of Dark Sun Shattered Lands, which I've been having it's been a real blast. I'm really excited for that. And then on Saturday, we will be, depending on how things work out today, we will be premiering season 5 is what I meant to say, of Eberron Oracle of War, if, that is, we have everyone survive tonight. And for that, we're going to have to see whether they'll survive. That is dependent upon what happens next. So I've unmuted myself to let the folks know we're ready to go, and then I'm going to unmute them. And last but certainly not least, come over to reveal to you the crew, and this is the full crew, but one person in particular is being a little circumspect for reasons you will see in just a moment as to why. But otherwise, I am joined by the Infinity and Beyond crew, and it's good to see you all. I am excited. They are ready to go. They are prepped, hit points ready, spells ready to go against this overwhelming foe. I mean, this completely manageable thing. And I'm going to start at the bottom left of the ziggurat here with our big moment here. So far, we have what looks like a dark square, but not really. Tren Sparks is supposed to be in that corner. Tren, how are you? And dun, dun, dun! That's right. Now, what do you have behind you, Tren, exactly? Can you explain to everyone who might not otherwise know?
This is a pride flag.
Yeah, that's true. And also, I need to move it over just so we get that. Make sure we get that in frame. Yeah, let's just get that. There it is, right there. Yep. 100%. No doubt about it.
Okay.
Well, what exactly is it posted on? Like, what is it up against? Like,
this is a wall.
Yeah. What and the wall specifically? It's what kind of a wall are we talking about here? I mean,
well, I'm not exactly sure. It's like a PET. No, I don't know what the material is made out of, but this is just to stop beating a dying undead zombie horse. Maybe. This is the interior of my vocal booth. I finally got enough of it working to be able to get Zoom running in here. I don't have very much of many other social media things in here because I don't want them in here while I'm working. And the only reason that I have Zoom in here is that there may be times when like an employer is like, okay, you've got the part, but we want to direct you. And so they need to be able to see me while I'm recording. So I need to have this in here, but I don't have much range on the camera cord, but I'll do my best to show you guys around here. So yes, the aforementioned pride flag is the only decoration I have in here right now. This is a base trap, which helps to reduce the amount of base that reflects around. There is the LED strip, and the one piece of the thing that is coming unglued just because it tore a little bit when we were putting the thing in. There is the arm, which holds the, probably easier to look at it from this side, maybe. I can't see what I'm doing. There we go. Yeah, the microphone arm.
Yeah.
Comes down behind this monitor, which is where I put whatever document I'm narrating. And over here is where Audacity, so that I have the waveforms going along this side, and I just read here, which is why it's so important that I have documents that are one page and not 2 pages, like we had with the thing. Anyway, on the other side, there is the door, which looks out onto the backyard, which is awful, and we're not going to show you too much of that. And then down here we have that box there on the other side of the stool. There, that is the ventilator, which is super quiet, but it still shows up. And then there's the stool, which I occasionally lean on. And
that ventilator allows you to survive during multiple hours. Yeah.
Yes, right. Absolutely.
Okay. Because I don't know if you can notice, chat, but like Tren's voice is, just welcome all of us. It's that it's that kind of an effect to this.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Infinity and Beyond. This evening, our Dungeon Master has already expressed the fact that we are absolutely going to survive this because we have impenetrable plot armor.
I totally need you. To do that just as part of a regular video.
I just did.
No, I'm saying, but no, when we started up, it just says, well, in the Oracle of War, just before that is like, what for your consideration? Like holding like a snifter of brandy.
Of War is a doofus and doesn't know what it's talking about.
Exactly. Oh my God. Anyway, I'm genuinely extremely happy. I was very happy when Tren was able to get what was necessary to fund this. It's super cool. And who is it that I was talking to someone about? I forget who it was that I was I think it was actually Classicor, who had sent me a message about something else and was just like, by the way, I'm listening to the audiobook of Gray Shade. God, Tren is really good. I was like, yeah, no, he's like, I know you know that. I'm like, yes, I do know that. He's like, but boy, he's just so good at doing this. I'm like, yes. So now Tren can do even more of it with this at a rational way without having to do it at night when he's exhausted.
Right. I was watching Eric Campbell yesterday or the day before when he was live streaming, because I'd been trying to get in touch with him because he's one of the people that donated to the GoFundMe so that I could get this thing.
Yeah.
And as a result, he's one of the people that gets the 30-second clip. And I'm like, dude, what do you want? You need to tell me what you want for your audio clip. And he's like, for what? And I'm like, the booth, man. You donated to help me get the booth.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh my God, did you actually get it? I'm like, yes. So this is all in his chat stream as he was starting up the other day. And I was like, so you need to tell me. I said, I'll drop you another message on Blue Sky. Just let me know what you want. And he was like, yeah, I absolutely will. Man, I'm working my way through. What did he say he was working his way through? Embers of War. He's like, I'm working my, oh my God, this story is so good. Oh my God, I just desperately, that guy's sister is a very bad person. I hate her so much, and I want there to be a sequel. Can we beg Jason Schmetzer to write a sequel? Because I want to know what happens to this guy. And I'm like, okay. Talk to Catalyst. I don't do that. I just read shit. And so, yeah, he desperately wants. Anyway, I'm going to let you continue on with this while I shut this down and go back to my room.
That sounds good. And at which point you'll introduce who you actually are over there. But the booth looks awesome, Trent. Thank you for showing it to us.
Absolutely.
Oh, actually, Trent, just before you go, sorry, I just had a question. How tall is the booth? Because I couldn't tell if you're like banging your head into the,
No, I've got about a foot of clearance above my head.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Okay, man, that thing must be a good size. That's awesome.
So it's not a closet. It's not like broom closet. It actually looks pretty sizable, like comfortable.
Yeah, it's probably about 2/3 the size of my closet in my bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
It's just about the same depth from the door to the back wall, but from this wall to that wall is probably 4.5 feet.
Okay.
So if I need to, I can. There are times where if I'm like, I don't want to sit on the stool because it will creak while I'm doing stuff, but I'll just lean on this wall, and obviously you can still hear me just fine.
Yeah.
And so it's just like, I'll just be like, and his mech started overheating, but he hit the override and ignored it. And
I thought the energy was so good until chapter 5, and then he just seemed tired.
Something happened. Oh, that. Speaking
Which got to the second question, the question I wanted to ask, which is, I saw that you have a stool in there, but do you record sitting up or standing down? And do you edit in the booth as well?
No, I record in here and I edit at my desk because I don't need to hear in here. So I just record everything, and then I use a program called WinSCP, which is a secure copy. It allows me to connect to this machine, copy all the files over through the intranet in the house, and then I edit everything over there. And it's much easier to work with. And if I need to do any corrections, I just note whatever corrections I need to do, and then I send the files to this booth and then open them up, make the corrections, and send them on their way. The problem that I was about to mention is the fact that when I put this thing in here, I still had the gain all the way up on my audio interface on my Scarlett 2i2. And it's just, I could be right on the thing, and it's just not loud enough. So I got something called a cloud lifter, which gives me like an extra 25 decibels of gain to work with. And it's very clean. And so I hooked it all up, and I got it in, and I realized that the chapters I've already recorded of Iron Dawn, my hardware configuration has changed, so I need to do them again because it sounds different. Shit. Anyway.
No.
But there's other stuff I need to finish before that. So.
Getting there. All right. Yep. Well, so I will let you go from your booth and head over to the other place. It looks awesome, Trent.
Yep.
So there you go, chat. Those of you who are part of this, part of Trent getting this, that's what you got, was allowing Trent to do this. So we will see Trent in just a moment.
Just a few moments, yeah.
And while we do that, I'm going to move on to the pictures are off for people, but that's okay. It will not be off for long because in the meantime, we can talk to Marie. At the moment, you can pretend that Brandon was Tren, which is definitely not true. But we will move up here to, we can move up to Marie. Marie Bilodeau, it is good to see Marie. I just had a chance to see, Marie and Jen, actually, very recently in the last couple of weeks at the amazingness that was CanCon. It was a great experience, as always. Marie and team, Brandon and all the rest of the crew did a wonderful job. And it was a great time. And Jen and I and her husband got to get some awesome egg breakfast and stuff like that. And it was cool. It was good times. So it was awesome. And Marie, I assume the hotel is still standing. It was standing when I left on that Sunday, so I assume that it's more or less there.
Can I tell you something that happened yesterday?
It burned down. Is that what you're going to tell me?
I swear. Well, I haven't paid my bill yet, but
Okay.
I swear I'm not responsible. But the person, the sales lead who was in charge of our contract, left.
Really?
You drove her out.
I drove her to madness.
Is she going to the other hotel that you just made? Maybe just following you.
I don't know what I did, but there you go. She's there you go. So anyway, so yeah, the hotel I believe is still standing. However, not all the staff survived CanCon.
I see. Well, okay. I wish her the best wherever she is. Yeah, it's going to be a new hotel, but same wonderful people. So it's going to be awesome next year as well. How are you otherwise, Marie? And who are you playing tonight?
I'm good. I'm really good. CanCon is done. And like post CanCon, there's this weird little bubble effect, right? Because I had Jen and her husband here, which was amazing. So they were here until Thursday morning. So then there's this little liminal state from CanCon that stretches into this is different life. And then came Thursday morning and my little bubble pop boop. my little bubble. And then all of the stuff that was awaiting, just in the shadows as CanCon passed, just pounced on me. But it was fun. I killed most of it. But yeah, no, so it was good. I'm doing great. I'm having fun, and there's banana bread upstairs with chocolate chips. I felt that that's important for you all to know.
Good. I'm glad. I'm glad that we know that now because,
Why didn't you say that before I connected to the call?
I waited for you. You're welcome. I started with other stuff. Anyways, I'm a good friend. So today I am playing Mirimi Hawksmoor, a College of Sword Kalishtar bard. I like to stab things. I like to gossip telepathically with my sister and my friends. I also like not to die. So today should be, meet all of these requirements, and maybe we'll even get a spa day, and it's gonna be great.
It's a good aspirational goal, especially
Gossip
number 3.
At the spa.
And see if all those things work. Also, I should say that Marie and I are part of. Let me see. A bundle, which is the Never Too Old to Save the World story bundle, which has been doing quite well. It is curated by the aforementioned Marie Bilodeau, and I have a novel in it, a little novel called Gray Shade, which some of you might have heard of now multiple times, as well. And hey, Critchwitch, and Brandon Crilly is in there, and anyone else that
Judy Kendra? No, nobody else.
Well, I mean that would directly connect with channel stuff. Yeah.
But a lot of really cool people with really cool reels. It's all main characters that are 40 plus. They all have an element of science fiction and fantasy, but some of them tend more towards mysteries, some of them more towards action, some of them more towards drama, but they're all really solid reads. So do check it out, please. And a lot of the funds go straight to the authors, the publishers who published them. It's a good vibe. Story bundles are a really good vibe. So please check it out.
And it's been doing pretty well. I think we have another 8 days to go on that or something.
Until the 21st. That's 5 days.
Oh, 5 days. Jeez. Oh, whoops.
Psych
so 5 days.
Psych.
5 days. So we got to do this now, chat. Now is the time. If you want to get the average, I think that people have been doing is $25 is the suggested donation. If you were to do it at just that amount, it would work out to $2.50 a book, which is an awfully good deal. And a lot of people have opted for the bonus, which I think is an additional $7, and still a very good deal with very cheap for each of those. So if that is of interest to any of you, I would encourage you to head over and check that out.
Yes,
for those
please.
5
Thank
days.
you, Greg.
My pleasure. My pleasure as always. Just before I go on to Brandon, Trent, since you're back at your desk, tell us who you're playing briefly, please, if you would, tonight.
I am playing the god of hero points, whose special domain is the ability to pass out infinite hero points at his own discretion, regardless of whatever a dungeon master might think.
Is inaccurate in every way.
But see, even Critwitch understands. Anyway, so I'm
all
playing...
hail. Listen, all right.
Well,
Some people know.
Yeah.
I think what they mean is that all those hero points come in the form of gigantic balls of hail that just, just knock you out.
It's a hail point, really.
Rocks fall, everyone dies. Anyway, right. So yes, I am playing a
Guy. He
Guy who
is
does
a
things.
dragon marked human person. Wow, that just a couple of things happen over the course of a few weeks, and I can't function anymore. Yeah, dragon marked human. I almost said halfling, which is not right. Human artificer, battlesmith, dude who's kind of like Santa Claus in leather, but not in a weird sexual way. And he has a basically a mechano good boy named Spanner, who is his steel defender. I was like, battle dog? No. Wow.
Who's a battle dog?
But I'm a very good shot with a crossbow. So
Yep, very, very cool. I am excited to see what Chanton and what Mara may get up to. And I am also excited to welcome Brandon O'Brien into the mix. It is good to see Brandon. Brandon is the designer, the lead designer of Greyshade, the tabletop role-playing game. And I should tell you all, Brandon has been very hard at work on all the stuff related to that. I kid you not, I'm not trying to be hyperbolic about it. 2025 is going to be the year of the Greyshade TTRPG. It's really, really good. It's really excellent, and I cannot wait for it to get out into the larger world, which it will be doing in short order. And so there's that. The other thing is I should also mention, I can now actually announce this officially, that Marie and Brandon and my friend Brian Talwara are going to be part of what we are calling the International Storytellers in Conversation event, which will be taking place at my university, St. John's University, on February 20th. I'm very excited for this. They are going to each be doing short little readings, and then there's going to be a larger sort of, not exactly a round table because there's 4 of us, but discussion with me moderating it, and then Q&A from the audience. There will be refreshments served. I am super excited about it, and I want to give my university a shout out too, because this is like, given situations with enrollment and a variety of other things, it's not the easiest thing financially for every university to manage this, but they have stepped forward with the money. I'm grateful for that. I'm very excited for my particular division, the Division of Arts and Humanities, to get to sponsor this too. So it's going to be great. And they're going to be at this event in person. So, either enroll quickly at St. John's or, see if it's... I think it may be broadcast. I have to find out about that. I don't think I can broadcast it on my Twitch channel simultaneous, but I know it's going to be recorded, and I might be able to broadcast it later on, even if it's not that. So, yeah, I'm excited about that conversation event. Anyway, sorry, Brandon, very long-winded way of saying hello, how are you, how's everything with you, and who are you playing tonight?
Because I was going to actually talk about the thing as well. I'm also very excited for the thing. Since your discussion about how to actually attend did not mention it, I guess that it isn't possible for non-students to just pay $20 and walk into the room.
I know. I need to find out. Maybe I need to find out, because I'd like to make it available to the public if I could. The answer is a solid maybe. I don't know. I have to find out. But anyway.
Yeah, but I think that's going to be very cool. I'm very much looking forward to it. I'm here every time we record Eberron, so I already know that Marie is cool. But I don't get enough time to spend time with our good friend Brian Talwara, friend of the show Brian Talwara, who's absolutely brilliant. Got a chance to run into him for Necronomicon Providence while I was the poet laureate there. And we spent lots of time talking about me being the poet laureate of Seattle Worldcon. So I'm very excited for the thing, very excited to talk more about poetry with someone who has been doing a great deal for speculative poetry as an art form.
Totally.
A reminder that November is National Speculative Poetry Month. And that is a thing that Brian Talwara was responsible for making happen. So that's really cool.
Speaking of Brian's poetry, Brandon's poetry is being displayed currently by One Transport.
Oh, yay.
In a signed copy.
Can you sign my tentacle? The answer was yes.
I got to make sure that I got signed now, so yes. Trent is now in the position where he can show you what the inside of the book looks like. So yeah, I am very excited for the thing. My brain has been kind of off for the last few weeks. I came back from Big Bad Con. shut down for like 8 days and then immediately went, I need to write dozens of things on a daily basis now. So yeah, my brain is all over the place, which is not helped by the fact that for like the past 6 to 8 days, I have suffered at least one critically file corrupting blackout
Oh, no.
a day.
Oh,
So that's
jeez.
been fun.
Oh.
Yeah, what a joy.
Yeah, I've rewritten several 100 words of text every day for the past week so far. So that's been fun. But yes, hi everybody, I'm Brandon O'Brien. I am not here to be frustrated about that. I'm here to be frustrated about everything that Rowan Shallow has experienced in the last 2 days. Rowan Shallow is the King Citadel's resident sorcerer with a gun, who is very annoyed at the fact that every time they meet somebody after engaging in large combat for several minutes, they discover that that person is either a friend whose life is in danger or a friend who suddenly is no longer a friend who they now need to kill. As evidenced by the combat that we're now about to engage in, which I would like to remind the rest of the party, I've never met Flamewind, so if you're precious about Flamewind, you should stop me from doing the exact first thing that I'm planning on doing.
Yes, I am excited to reveal this. For those of you who missed this, get ready for a doozy of a fight. It's going to be an interesting one coming up. We'll talk about that in a minute. Always a pleasure to have a good friend Brandon with us. Also, a good friend Jennifer Brozek with us. It was good to see Jen as well at CanCon, as I said. Awesome times. And I should mention, chat, that if you're very, very good, and if inspirations are in the offing, and if you are super excited in chat and you're all rooting for everybody, and there's lots of your typical selves, basically is what I'm saying. Jen may be there may be a bribe that Jen may be providing you. I hope this is not a violation of term of service, but there may be something which
not, but I can give them a sneak peek.
Yeah, sneak peek. Yeah. Let's see. Sneak peek. Oh,
the baby.
This is Freya.
Freya, the new kitten.
One of the new kittens. She is fearless.
I'm
and
leaving.
weightless.
She's like, what the heck? Why? What? What?
Who are these people staring at my fat tummy?
This is not what I had in mind. I'm
Like,
not
I
on
just wanted
camera
to hang out
kitty.
with mommy, but now all of these strangers are here. I feel
Exactly.
watched.
Well,
Oh, that's
she,
awesome.
She is a kitten. She has very many things to do. This is Freya. I am very our oldest or youngest or Mina lives in the house of hisses and growls, so that may be happening here shortly. But it may be later if a bribe is needed. She has a brother named Mimir. So
we may show Mimir later on. Just saying, Chad.
Yes. However, I was in Canada for 8 days at CanCon. It was amazing. Marie takes me to the best places. I wrote a blog post about it. 8 truths and 2 lies. You guys got to guess which one's the lies.
Oh.
And let me tell you, you're probably going to guess wrong. I really like Canada a lot. I enjoyed going to CanCon. I met so many really nice people. Then I got home. I was home for maybe 36 hours and then I got kittens. and like
then it was
so
Kitten Con for everything.
And I had pissed off older cats. And so I still have pissed off older cats. At least one of them is still pissed off and still snarling and hissing. The other one, she's pretty apathetic right now. So that's actually a pretty good sign. And then, just like Marie, like I was gone for 8 days and then I got kittens and then I looked at my work. There's a lot of work. I've been doing a lot. And a certain editor of mine just dropped some stuff on me today. Well, technically last night at 11 p.m., which was what, 1 a.m. your time?
Yep.
Which I have to get done before Friday. So that's going on. There's a lot going on, but it's very, very cool. And in the meantime, Shadowrun also has a humble bundle. And let me give you this. The humble bundle.
With apologies to Marie and Greg for coming over the top of their bundle, but
it's all right. There's room for multiple bundles. You know.
Well, yes.
It's not very humble of you to come out. No, I'm just kidding.
No, it's not.
Multiple bundles.
If you would like just one link to go to, I happen to have written about both of them.
Oh, look at that. Very nice. Very
all
nice.
about the bundles, baby.
Yep.
And if you don't have some of my Shadowrun, literally every bit of my Shadowrun is in this mega bundle, along with a bunch of the legends, a bunch of Rusty stuff, RL King. There's a lot. There's more. John will continue on afterwards, but that's going on, and John and I's second anthology together, my 25th anthology, I don't know, his 1025th anthology will be coming out within the next month, I'm gonna say. Hopefully sooner.
Before the end of this month. That's what we can say. Yes.
Yeah.
It has to be out before the end of November.
Okay. Well then yeah, it will be.
Yep.
Also, Augment Magazine is on it. It's is doing well. The open call is still there. My queue is empty, and I still have 7 slots left. So if you want to write for Shadowrun, I will dig that link up soon. But in the meantime, all intermixing around many kittens and many growls and travel and work pouncing like a kitten on morning breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
I will remind you, if you want secrets, especially around kittens, my newsletter, sign up for it at my website. You get secrets. Only my newsletter followers get it. But now I am playing Nisiana di Jarasco, Halfling Healer of the House of Healing. I have all of my spells left except for one, because I've already popped Aura of Life, because this is going to be bad, people. So yes, if I need a bribe, I will go get Mimir. Somebody, I will do it. I'm not above doing that. I will not do that to my older cats because they're not very happy with me right now.
It's okay. Right now they can cede the stage, unhappily or not, to the kittens briefly. But it is always good to have Jen with us. Thank you, Jen. And I am excited to see what Nisiana gets up to. I have a suspicion your services will be needed, I suspect, quite a bit.
Did you guys hear any of that?
Yeah.
Hissing.
We heard all of that.
Oh, you did hear all the hissing and stuff.
Oh no! Oh, the hissing? Oh no, I didn't hear that.
I did not hear.
Sorry, I thought you meant we didn't hear you or something.
Okay, that is the thing I needed to know, because spleen was vented, so you did not hear it. I don't have to worry about that.
Nope, we heard no hissing or growling from that front. But thank you, Jen. And last but certainly not least, the one of the aforementioned editors that we just talked about is here at the bottom right of your ziggurat, and that is one Mr. John Helfers. John, good to see you. I hope all is well with you and yours, etc. How's life and everything, and who are you playing on this pleasant evening?
Life is good. As good as can be expected, given certain current events, but we're going to just ignore that and have fun playing the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, as Jen had said, 80 plus volume Humble Bundle, all the Legends books from the very start, with Secrets of Power trilogy all the way to the latest book, which is Dark Synergy by Rusty Zimmerman. And Jen's, she's right. Jen's entire body of work is in there in some way, shape, or form. With short stories, novellas, her newest novel, The Mosaic Run, which is an awesome wrap up to her YA novella kind of series we did. That's also available in there, called Auditions. It's just anything you want to know about Shadowrun fiction, it's there. So take a look at it, and a bargain basement price, which is how we like it. It's been doing very well for us. So I'll get off my Catalyst soapbox now, and combination looking forward to this and dreading it at the same time. So let's put it that way. But it's always great to play with everybody, and welcome to be back. Great to be back here. I am playing Alarion, the Star-Forged Aegis. Who's currently on a balcony looking at, as I recall, actually Zodor Terev, who had just burst in last time when we cut when when Arv was so cruel as to cut the game right when that happened. That was a thing that happened. Yes,
it was definitely a thing that happened. I cannot deny.
Yes. So
Could.
With that in mind, let's go.
Let's all get this rolling. All right, I'm excited. Let's do it. Chat, buckle up. This is going to be a good one. Let's move over to Yes. Let me move over to the map. And I'm going to move the characters, of course, over to the map. I'm sure they'd like to be a part of it. There we all are. So this, you may be asking yourself, I feel like one of those, like, you may be wondering how we all got here, like, montage cut back to like, but anyway, so these characters that you see before you are not our characters. I'm going to ask our characters, the King's Citadel, to drag themselves onto the map, and then we're going to talk about what happened in our last session, because in our last session, chat, in part 5 of Stonefire, the King's Citadel, which was sent originally to Thrain, to stop a war that has been brewing for a while, between Thrain and Brayland and the rest of the 5 nations. It is, I'm happy to report that happened. Sort of, in that there was, in the middle of this diplomatic affair, there was an attack made by members of the Undying Court. You may remember, if you have been watching this campaign for a while, that the King's Citadel previously was confronted by one Eberron Longarrow, who was a member of the Undying Court that wanted the Oracle of War for itself. The King's Citadel is getting very used to people coming around and being like, give me the Oracle of War, because you clearly don't know how to use it, and I can make better use of it. The King's Citadel has appropriately told each of these people to get bent, but in some cases that has meant that they have reacted poorly to it, including the Undying Court member to whom I referred, which the King's Citadel put down, basically. Well, it turns out that Eberron Longarrow was one member of what's known as the Cerdal Knot, a couple within the Undying Court, and the second of these came and was very unhappy with the party. First, there was an attempted assassination attempt against the party, and then activated something which is known as Stonefire. When this word was spoken, the half of the elves, basically, and we're talking, by the way, about Antinua Cyanidel. When Antinua Cyanidel said the word Stonefire, half of the elves around them, apparently, became they were sleeper agents. They became activated. Sleeper agents literally means that they may not even have known that they were agents. In fact, probably most of them didn't. But they were all activated, and that meant that the whole world fell apart at once, at least around Thrain. The party managed to fight its way with the Keeper of Thrain, managed to fight its way out of the place, the citadel where they had been meeting, managed to avoid a crashing airship, managed to avoid a bunch of elven champions that were attempting to attack the party, and fought their way all the way through and to a secret passage underneath a library that got them out of the city, and to this bridge that was going to get them completely out of danger, whereupon they confronted several members of the Keeper's previous advisors, half of whom had been activated as sleeper agents, thanks to a well-placed crossbow bolt from Tanton and a great deal of good work from all the rest of them, including, I believe, a firewall, if I'm not mistaken, from Rowan. The party managed to escape completely from Thrain. However, Stonefire was still active, and although Stonefire seems to have been, they're starting to try to get it under control in different places, it was not just confined to Thrain, but in fact was confined, apparently, or was spread to much of Corvair. So a lot of these elven agents were doing their thing while the party has been making its way back to Salvation. And they went back to Salvation because a message had been sent to them from their contact, one of their contacts in Sharn, known as Flamewind, a gynosphinx who has a great deal of knowledge and who supposedly has been working to try to help the party understand and uncover the rituals of the Oracle of War. When they arrived at this deserted warehouse on the outskirts of Salvation, the King's Citadel entered and spoke to Flamewind. Flamewind, stop me if you've heard this before, demanded that the Oracle of War be given to her because, again, lines of the Draconic prophecy reveal that she needs to be the one who takes things forward, not this group. The group once again said, no, we're not going to do that. And while Merimee was delaying, the Tantin and Larian, I believe it was, went up to the second floor and opened the door to reveal Sky Blue, who had been kidnapped by Flamewind, apparently, being held by a cloaked figure. Things were not looking great for the party until several things happened at once. First of all, someone smashed through the outer wall of the warehouse, and it turns out that was Antoine Cianadel, who is now there, standing there, ready to enact her final vengeance upon the King's Citadel. At the same time, someone stabbed the person who was holding Sky Blue, thereby allowing Sky Blue to be freed. And as the cloaked figure fell to the ground, the party saw none other than Zodar Tarev behind them, who said, "Now she's free. Get out of here," was the quote. And so as we are about to begin this combat, we have Antoine Cianadel in the top floor, along with Sky Blue. We also have Alarian and Tantin up there. On the ground floor, we have Flamewind facing down the Rowan and Nisiana and Merime. And so with that beautiful setup, with everything sort of confronting them, I'm going to fire up the turn order right here. I'm going to, don't roll it yet. I'm going to delete all those. Now I'm going to ask you to, as we always say, touch your token and then roll initiative, and I'm going to fire up some music for us as well. So let's get combat music going with, how about this?
I do need my aura of life up too.
Oh, yes. Let me take care of that.
I forgot Zodar Tarev was
Wow.
We're all sucking today.
We've been taken by surprise.
Oh, yeah. Every single one of us.
We are all trying to determine if Flamewind is mind controlled or the enemy. One or the other.
Yes. Now, remind me again about Aura of Life. These are 5-foot squares here. How again, radius on this thing?
It is a radius is a half one. 30-foot radius, 60-foot diameter.
60-foot diameter. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Oh, it's pretty close, actually. Maybe like that.
That's a little oblong to me, but...
Whoops. Oh. No, that could very well be. So, like, maybe more like that?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. I don't want to move you, Flamewind. You relax. Your time will come, okay?
Just chill.
I want to move the shape. There we go. That's more like it.
Are you going to give me access to moving it around with me?
Yes, I will do so. I shall do so right now. If I can, although I might. I don't know that I can do that, actually. It doesn't, because for some reason I'm not getting the... Yeah, I'm not getting the... Oh, maybe that's why. Sorry, I know this is super helpful. People have no idea what I'm talking about. Just give me a second. I'm trying to find the thing. No, I don't think it's going to let me do that. So you're going to have to tell me, I guess, and then I can...
remind you to move when I move around.
Exactly, yeah.
Move my aura with me.
That is the case. If you could do that, I would appreciate it, yeah. Okay, let me see. Sort by... No, I want to do it that way. I want to sort it that way. Okay. Right. So, let's see. Also, hi to Tim Coolish. Hello to everybody. Okay. Merime with the 14. And everyone else is kind of...
Oh.
I mean, we're all nicely clustered. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, let's see.
That's right.
Don't forget your music, too.
I have it on.
Oh, do you? Oh, I can't
Yeah,
hear it.
I can hear it. Yep.
Okay, I will go fix it's on my end then.
Yes, I have it. The eyes have it. Okay.
So for those of you watching and listening at home, please feel free to drop a very politely worded email to Roll20 to let them know that when we have people who draw shapes to represent the diameters of certain spell effects, we would like the ability to hand control over to the person who cast it so that they can move the geometries, or just tell them to add cutouts for.
Because they might say something like, well, the person can actually make it too, which is true. But in that situation, like there's no.
It should be able to be attached to the character without any real difficulty on their end.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, because I'm able to do that, right? If I bring a character in, we could do that anyway. So, like, it's no reason that we could not. So, yes.
Yeah, sure.
Plus the ability to
the
bind that shape to a specific token.
Mm-hmm. So when you move the token, the geometry moves with it.
Yep. Yep.
That would be nice.
Okay.
With our luck, they have something simple already set in Roll20
Well,
Yeah.
see, that's why I would have thought that would have already been a thing. This is not like they didn't form this yesterday,
Contradictorily, I feel with Roll20's luck, the actual problem is it is physically impossible to code the thing, not because the possibility doesn't exist, but because the actual documentation is so difficult to parse that no one knows exactly what is necessary to make the thing happen.
It's possible, but they have done a whole lot of like back end work, which has taken them a while because it was all sort of like a Frankenstein's monster's nightmare. They were kind of coding it. So they claimed that they had this all back working again, as they not that specific thing, but like that they've done a lot of that stuff. So, I mean, I would like to think that's true. Okay, let's see. Right. Okay. So. Okay. Right. And then that goes like that. And all right, let's find out when she goes. She is going to be going. When are you going to go, Antoine? Tell me your secrets. Oh, okay. I was looking for a thing, and then it's like, these are the stats under this completely different name. I'm like, oh, all right, that's thanks. I appreciate that. It helps out. Helps out quite a bit. Okay. Okay, good. And we have, let's see. We have Zodor. We have the one remaining. Okay, right. Because we have the second agent who is up there. Who... Got it. Great. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Appreciate that. All right. Let's get things rolling. You will probably not be surprised to hear that at least one of the bad guys, in quotes, bad guys, is going to go first. Having rolled a little bit better, just in this particular case. All right. So, Flamewind is going to sort of stand up as, is just sort of kind of lying. I shouldn't have, there's no real chair there, but was like lying near the chair.
He's lying near the chair.
I see what you did there. Okay. So, and looks around and says, I am sorry that you felt the need to do this, that you did not do what should have been done. But there is nothing for it. The prophecy must be upheld. And stares at you, Marimé, and says, you have always been the one most closely linked. Now, I need you to understand. You, more than any of the others, perhaps realize what is at stake. You do realize that, don't you, Marimé? You can see her eyes swirling. And I'm going to need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me, please. Exactly.
And I spend the rest of the
Why
time
do
just...
stars suddenly appear?
Oh, I'm not very good at wisdom saving throws. That's weird.
Oh, my one weakness.
Oh, sorry. I should have done that regularly. So
It would have been the
15.
Let me see. It's gonna be close.
That's enough, surely.
Well. Let's see.
I mean, guys, she makes a good point.
Pretty much. Yes.
Oh, does she?
So yes, and you hear
No!
you
I'm
hear
sorry,
you hear in your mind now turn and do what you must. Your sister is right there. You should convince her. Perhaps just a little small bit of pain will do the job. And she tells you to attack Nisiana.
Oh.
Now, she's telling this telepathically. You hear all of that in your head. So, Nisiana, you heard her say the thing of, why don't you do the da 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 da, right? And then there were the eyes swirling, which Nisiana I don't think would have seen, but Merime did see it. And then she tells, then Merime tells you, tells Merime to do that action that I just mentioned.
You're gonna make me attack my sister? Oh, we're gonna have words.
She is going to do that. Now, there will be... Right. Well, I'll tell you... we're not going to tell you how long this is going to last yet. Yeah. Let's see. And actually, just to double check here quickly, you did this at... Like, if you had advantage, would have been a 15 anyway, right? Because you rolled the 2? Okay, that's what I thought. All right, just want to double check.
Well, let me just check that I didn't forget anything. I'm sure I didn't, but, you know, indulge me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything else as a Kalishtar that helps me with wisdom saving throws.
Okay, so
Can I do something?
Well, I don't know how you would know because it's telepathic, right? Like, it's...
But I heard the first part.
You did hear the first part, yes. But you didn't hear the part of attack your sister or any of that stuff.
But we're all in the link with Marie.
Yeah, but this is not this link is not part of that group chat, if you will. In fact,
on a separate channel.
I'd have to think about that actually. I wonder if that means that Merime would drop the telepathic link. I don't think so, because at the moment, Merime, you have no urge to go, wait, I'm being controlled. Like, you're just like, yeah, that is totally reasonable. Like, why would we...
For me to attack my sister?
That part might not be reasonable, but the part of, we should be listening to her and doing this might be reasonable. She's... Yeah. You will see what the attack does in terms of the impact it has on you. I will address it.
Okay. I'm sure that'll go well for Flamewind once I come to.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. I imagine it will. So, Tantan, my answer is I don't know. Maybe. It depends on what you have in mind, I guess.
Well, basically, upon hearing Flamewind tell Merime, what she told her, Tantan would basically just turn around and go, don't listen to her, would be his response. But that would be his invoking of... Flash of Genius, which would give her a +5.
Ooh.
To the save?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Merime's been had before, right? I'm the only one who's who's been charmed before.
Do you, because I know we said that you were within 5, 10, 15, and it was within, I probably was a little generous about the 30 feet last time when we said you were in 30 feet, but that's okay. I won't change that up now.
Just for the sake of the thing, there's the text of it if you want to read it.
How many times have you used it? Because you used it once already, I know, in this scenario.
I have 4 of 5. This will bring me down to 3 of 5. If you allow me to use it this time.
Okay. I will make an ability check or a saving throw.
It's up to you, Greg.
Yeah, I agree. If your instinct is to say no, then say no, and it's fine.
Well, I will also, in our favor, I will say, because Trendane has been flat out saying he doesn't trust Flamewind from the beginning.
Yeah.
I would take that more into account if she was doing this with Tantan. But she's doing this with Merime, with whom it's very clear that she's doing this because she thinks she has a advantage with Merime relating to this.
Advantage game.
I think I'm going to deny that, even though it's a very good idea.
Thank you, Tren.
I think it will come into. I think it may come into play though at a later point. Not just the attack on her sister, but also that note. I will talk about that when we get there.
No problem.
It is a good concept though. Okay.
By the way, for those of you who are not familiar with how to play D&D, that's it. right there.
Yeah.
That's how you play D&D.
Yeah, exactly. That's right.
Yeah.
It's a discussion,
Yes,
negotiation.
yes.
And I probably let about 80% of those go through because they're generally good ideas that I agree with.
If you're not willing to deliberate with your table, just write a book.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Exactly. Okay.
Wait. Arv's done both. How does that work?
Arv writes the book specifically for the stories that he knows we read
Yeah,
about.
exactly. Then I'm like, okay.
If we ran a Grey Shade campaign, me or Jen would break it.
Okay, and then having said that, Flamewind is going to get up here and is going to move. Let's see. Just make sure I have the movement right.
We're going to do our little turn on the
5,
top.
10, 15, 20.
That's what we're doing, Trent.
Oh, right.
I don't think...
Yep.
I was going to... No, Flamewind is not going to want to turn her back to Rowan. That seems like a very bad idea. So I think instead, she is going to, if anything, probably back up here. Also, I love the fact that Spanner apparently is 700 feet below the ground, or just was made very small. There we go. That seems like a more rational size for Spanner.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Right. So Flamewind did that. Now, second to go, unfortunately, is still not the good guys yet, because Antoina rolled a little bit higher than you all did as well. And so she, crying vengeance, is going to step forward and take her attack. So let's see. Ooh, so many good ones here. Let's see.
We're glad you have a menu to choose from.
Okay, let's see. So you are not in the room, but the door is open.
I mean, she could dispatch Zodor first, I suppose. I mean, he's right there. Stabbed her guys.
She could do that, but she
However,
seems
I'm
more.
pretty sure she knows who destroyed what's-his-face, so yeah.
You got it.
I love how since Zodor is not in our party, we're perfectly fine with throwing him away.
We'll totally throw him to the undead
Okay.
elf.
She raises her hand and screams out something in Elvish, and suddenly you are all aware of this massive... It reminds you of something that Rowan often does, except this comes, it seems, from the heavens almost. A column of flame roars through both Ilarion and Tanton. I need both of you to make dexterity saving throws for me, please.
Oh, boy, you really want to make this dexterity saving throw.
Yes, those who know exactly what this is about. Yeah.
Oh,
All right. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm probably using my
0 points.
my saving throw bonus for this. So I have a soul die at the ready. I'm just
Okay.
gonna tell you that right
Listen,
now.
I can't wait for it.
You said dexterity.
Yes, dexterity, please. Okay, that's a 15 from Spanner. Or no.
No, that's not meant to be Spanner.
That was you. All right, okay.
Yeah.
15 for Tanton, right? 7.
Good Lord.
That is not going to do it, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I
in either
I'm
case.
going to.
Go ahead and do what you're going to do.
You're gonna. Wait, a 15's not gonna do it.
15 is not enough.
As soon as he said, if that was a charm used on Merime, which that is one hell of a charm. If you can tell her to attack her,
wait till I
ally,
tell you
that
what it
is
is.
Serious.
I know.
But as soon as he said 15, I'm like, if I remember correctly, Merime, your DC is higher than 15.
My DC is higher than 15.
Right.
You're all higher than 15. You're all level 13, y'all.
Right.
This is what happens.
Yeah.
I'm gonna spend one die. I'm gonna need to roll like a 10 or better to do this. I'm gonna try it and see what happens.
Okay.
So 1d10 spirit die.
My DC is 18. No.
Nope, that only got me to a 12.
Sadly, it was worth a shot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, all of you are going to, all of you, the two of you, are going to take, first of all, 13 points of fire damage
Okay.
and an additional 20 points of radiant damage. So 34 points of damage, I believe, to each of you. Say again?
What spell is this? Just for edification.
Flame strike.
Flame strike.
It's flame strike.
Ah,
This is a spell I have.
Okay, so Trent, I think Tanton, that makes you 59 out of 93, I think. And then Ilarion,
17 to the armor and 17 to me.
okay.
Okay, this is not boding well for my freaking dice so far. I'll tell you that much.
Okay, so sorry, 17 to your Aegis, right? Okay.
Puts it down to 40.
Yeah, and then 17 should bring you to 97.
Correct.
I think hit points. Right. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. And then is going to back up about 5 feet here to this part in the room. Okay, that's going to lead us to Merime. Now, Merime, as you know, you have an action to take place. After this action, I'm going to tell you what will happen regarding the whole thing with Tanton and you attacking your sister and all that. But you are going to have to get the attack off first.
So, just so I understand the parameters, so that I play this correctly.
Yeah.
So right now I want to inflict pain on my sister.
She does want, her direct order was for you to attack your sister. Now
attack,
you can,
so that would...
and now remember, you don't have to maximize damage beyond all belief, okay? But you can't just be like, I will punch her with the side of my face, because you don't, at the moment, it does not strike you as unreasonable to do this. It will strike you as unreasonable in just a minute, but it's not going to strike you unreasonable right now. So you need to do the whole Merime thing, is what I'm saying.
She said cause her a little pain. So yes, you have to cause me pain.
Yeah.
I think in character, and this for roleplay, just to recall how she uses the sword, but I think she would just whip out her sword and turn around and
Yep. That
in a
sounds right to me.
graceful move slash her sister. So I'm gonna do a rapier attack.
Okay.
Which is interesting because it's the thing she uses it's the thing she uses to ground herself too. The sword.
Yeah.
And she just stabbed her sister with it.
Yeah,
and
I
struck.
think, I'm assuming a 23 is going to do that.
Yeah, even with my wings, with wings, if my reflex wings would be a 23, would that?
If it then it still counts.
Okay, then I'm not going to use it. Actually, there's a good reason for me not to use it because I very specifically told Merime I'm going to focus insight on Flame Wind and try and figure out if she is mind controlled or if she actually believes this. So it's very. I did not see this coming at all.
No.
So that's going to put you. So that's 8 piercing damage. Are you doing any flourishes or anything like that, Merime? I'm aware that you. Yeah, go ahead.
I usually do my flourish to defend myself. Like in gameplay, I don't feel that Nisiana will.
Okay.
You know, I mean, if you feel that you should do a flourish, you're just whistling
No.
Okay.
I'm allowing you to interpret it in that way. Just that So
I do have a second attack, but you said that I would get to reflect after this one attack, or should I hit?
No,
again?
you have to do the full attack action, including the second attack. Once that's done, I promise you'll get your reflection
Okay,
moment.
so I would flourish and I would flourish again, like not actually flourish, but I would do my little dance move.
Oh, that was floating on a 20. I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
So now I'm hesitating. Now I'm like pulling back.
13. That's not enough. Obviously, right? You said 23, Nisiana, for your AC.
Yeah, I have an 18.
Okay, so you are struck once by this. Now, at this time, I will tell you that normally, without getting into details, the spell being used here does not generally permit a saving throw at this time, but I am going to bend that in this scenario for 2 reasons. Number 1, because Merime, in doing this to Nisiana, this is a shock to the system. Number 2, because Tantin's, even though the Flash of Genius thing didn't work, Merime is very conscious of what Tantin would have said for that 30 foot, so I'm going to allow you a saving throw, even though you normally wouldn't get one. Now, this wisdom saving throw, it is wisdom again, I'm afraid. This wisdom saving throw can be assisted. I don't think you have you don't have any hero points, but chat, if you want to give an inspiration to allow Merime to get an advantage on this saving throw, you can do that if you want, because this is doing that. So
I will wait an instant to see if chat feels like sharing inspiration.
I mean, how would we even know who has inspiration to spend?
Oh, that's a good question.
How would we? Could we?
Let me just,
if only
see.
there was a way.
Inspiration dash who? There we go. So there are inspirations in chat at the moment. Classicor has an inspiration. I believe Tim Coolish is here, and also, of course, one Trendane does have an inspiration. In fact, 2 of them. and can use it on other people as long as it's not affecting his own character. So you could use this here as well, Trent. So it's up to you. Do you want to wait and see what chat says and then
That's
decide?
primarily what I was waiting for. Nobody else.
All right, Classic Or, if you want to do that, then !inspire space and then Merime, Merimee. Otherwise, you will
Thank
inspire
you.
Merimo, and someone over in California will be inspired.
Damn you,
and
Merimo.
It just won't.
Accidentally
Red Leader's
inspired
campaign, like, hey.
Yay! Thank you,
Jake
Classic Or.
Jackson Momoa suddenly feels.
Yeah,
Wow.
exactly.
Feels the power.
Moana 2's writers are somehow inspired
Right.
again.
Yeah.
Okay, so yes, you are able to make this saving throw at advantage. This wisdom saving throw. Thank you, Classic Or.
Thank you, Classic Or. You're my hero.
Inspire
And now-
Mimosa. Yes.
Ooh.
Ooh.
I think it's
Inspire
the other way. I
Mimosa.
think mimosas inspire you. I think.
Okay. 16.
Not enough.
Is a powerful spellcaster,
Sure is.
unfortunately. Yeah.
Oh, Trent's holding up his finger.
Oh, now this is interesting. Can you do Flash of Genius on this? I'm
He's
trying to
nodding.
think if you would know. I guess so. Sure.
He
I'm
would
trying
have
to.
seen her.
He would have
Given
seen her
where
do that.
he is.
Yeah, that's no. But let's be fair though, and I know you're a fair player. Are you going to be
What?
looking down at her when you just got hit by a column of flame from the room in front of you?
No.
He hurt.
I mean, that's the only reason, Trent. I'm not trying to be a jerk. It's
No,
just,
that's
No,
fair.
no. That's fine. That's fine.
And Nisiana yelped.
Yeah.
assume we
that's
did
true.
something.
I mean, if Nisiana was like, "Oh," I mean, yeah,
but
that's I
Tangent
don't
might
know.
not know why she yelled.
Yeah.
Because if he wasn't looking that way. However, here's the trade-off I want to ask for.
Sure.
If Tanton was, hit by this thing from the room that he's facing and didn't see that, can we make sure that when my turn comes up, because it is coming up pretty quick,
Yes.
that I am in line of sight of her, not Flamewind, but Corella de Elf.
Oh yes, absolutely. Because you can even switch positions, shift over to where Alarian is. So yes, that's no problem.
Okay.
Yes, you can do that. But I don't think you'd get the Flash of Genius on this based on what we just said.
That's fine.
So, unfortunately, that is not enough. And for those of you at home, Merime just rolled a 16 on that save. That's a very good save. This is a very powerful spell. I did make clear that this was this fight's a bit. There's a lot. Yeah, there are rules. Exactly. All right. So you are not freed from this yet. But this spell operates slightly differently, Merime, so don't give up hope yet, Marie. Okay. After that, let me just confirm, in fact, how that works with that thing. Right, okay. So at that point, you hear in your mind, "Excellent work. Now, if you would please, make sure that you step closer. We don't want your sister getting away and making a mess of things." So she basically asks you to step close to Nisiana, essentially in sort of a threat. Like, in other words, don't leave the area. She's telling you to stay right in immediate proximity of Nisiana in melee range.
Okay, I will
So that is the deal.
stay there.
I promise we won't keep playing the game of you don't get to play your own character, but this is because I don't love doing that either. But this is
Oh,
what.
I will deal with this.
Yes, I will deal with this problem.
Please deal with this.
Okay, Flame. So that is Merime's turn in this case. Larian is up next. Larian, what would you like to do? You just got hit by some flame.
Wait. Are you skipping? From what I can tell, it's
Trent's
Trent. Trent is next.
Larian, what is...
That's true. I didn't ask
Dexterity.
this.
You have a better dex than me. Don't worry.
I beg your pardon. I'm sorry.
I guarantee.
I know you were tied. I had the wrong ones in order. Yes, you're right. Sorry.
No
So
worries,
Tanton is
no
up
worries.
next.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Tanton, what would you
So-
like to do? You are in
Oh, yeah.
range of this,
Tanton is a little perturbed
little perturbed.
at this point.
Little annoyed.
And, yeah, he's I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, Tanton was the one that fired the shot that killed her boyfriend.
Yes, I think you were the one who finished him off. Yes.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
So he just kind of leans in, to where he can see her.
Right.
Like it's basically like, Ilarion is standing in front of him and he's just like right through the crook of the arm and is like, That's all right. I can take you out too. And he's going to just shoot.
I mean, honestly, dude, if you squat down a bit, you can fire right through my legs.
It's that line from Die Hard where he's like, "This is how your brother squealed when I broke his effing neck." Like, it's just, you know. Oh man.
Oh, such a great Christmas movie.
Yep. Yep.
And it's one of the only defenses we have against Mariah Carey. Anyway, so yeah, we're gonna.
Not thought of it that way. All right, proceed.
I hadn't either until just now.
Yeah.
Think. That is not the right.
Let's see. What the hell are you doing?
Oh, sorry, I didn't.
I just do damage. I don't even.
Auto hit.
Because I wish it.
And it's a good thing that didn't work because I was going to use sharpshooter anyway.
Okay.
So I will invoke sharpshooter and I will click the attack link instead of the damage link.
Yeah.
So this time, yes, a normal roll. That is 17.
Is that -5 because of sharpshooter?
Yes.
Then unfortunately that is a miss. I am sorry to say. So it hits behind her, and she kind of looks at you. And if she were inclined to be the type who would do like sort of friendly banter, would be like, apparently not, but instead just sort of like snarls at you.
No.
No, is there something else? Is there?
It was. I rolled a 20.
Yes.
-5 brings it to
15.
+5 for my int, and then +1 for the.
Oh, +5 for your int?
Yeah.
Okay, so 20 and then +1. So what's the score? What's the number?
I believe it's a 17.
Even though the die says it's a 6, which is really weird.
It's really weird.
I'm mousing over it, and it says rolling 1d20, and then it's a 20 +5.
Yeah.
And then +5 for the proficiency, +1 for the magic of the weapon. No. Okay. No. Never mind. Sorry.
That's not it? Okay.
Yeah.
I like the idea that she's waiting to see if the thing hits her or not. Like, right, as I was saying. Yes. Okay. Tanton, are you moving anywhere? Or actually, you're shooting again, right? Yeah, shooting again. Shoot it again.
We are heavy on Die Hard tonight, aren't
Yeah, I know, really. Well, you are rolling dice, so.
Yes, that's. No.
Oh no! Great line.
He's like, I'll be right with you.
It's like, damn thing's not working right.
Just do what Drake did and knock it against your head.
Yeah, no, right? Okay, Spanner.
For those of you who are listening to this later on, he just missed with both his attacks, and usually he's a very good sharpshooter, so this is not boding well for us at all.
This is more of a blunt shot at this moment.
So yeah, he's very frustrated and looking at his thing, and he just turns and looks at Spanner and points at Flame and it says, "Kill that bitch."
Okay. So I would assume then he goes running full bore towards aforementioned creature.
Yeah. No series of clicks to make it like, oh, what's he making? No, he's very, very just. I've had it with both your shit. So yeah, he runs over and he is going to chomp it.
All right.
And I
see how it all goes.
It's not going to go well.
Chompinator.
Yes, the Chompinator. That is a 20.
A 20 is going to hit, yes.
Well, all right, so the force-empowered Rend will do 8 points of force damage.
All right. Let's see. You said force damage, right? Okay.
Correct. There's more where that came from.
I was about to have Flame look up at you and go, "There's no need for this senseless violence," but no, I won't do that. Okay, so Spanner does that. Good work out of Spanner. Now, Alarian, is your turn. What would you like to do? Oh, and sorry, just before you go, Tanton, are you staying more or less in the same, like, on one side of the door, other side of the door, but on the balcony still?
From this point, I can see both of them if I turn.
Yeah.
So
okay, all right, sounds good. So, Alarian, what would you like to do?
So, just to make sure I'm clear here, we've got the undead elf chick. I'm not even going to try to pronounce here.
Yes.
This is Zodor in the middle?
That is Zodor, yes.
And this is her other agent.
That is correct. Who has not
And
gone?
where is Sky Blue?
Fantastic.
Yeah. What
Oh, and
happened-
Sky. Oh, sorry. I didn't put Sky Blue up there.
Yeah. I'm assuming Zodor can help her.
Hold on
so
one
that's no
second. Hold on
problem.
one second.
Yep,
Yes, sorry.
yep. I just want to make sure we had all the players on the board.
The undead eldritch hater.
Just one
No.
moment whilst I put Sky Blue up
Zordor
there.
actually just went and saved her. Which will probably buy him some time if we're still alive, not
Sorry. Okay, so yes. So, and would be standing more or less in front of Zodor at the moment.
Because the body is next of the other agents next to her, yada, yada, yada.
That is correct, yes.
All right.
So that's
just
that
what-
dead body.
No, but dead bodies don't stick around. They just magically disappear all the time. Haven't you been playing this game? Come on.
They just vanish.
All right, I just want to make sure I can do. I'm pretty sure I can do this. So, I believe I had my heavy crossbow ready because we were creeping around and doing the doors and all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to shoot her or shoot at her.
Okay.
My bonus action, I'm going to pop my spiked aegis, and then I believe I can still. I'll drop the crossbow, and I can still move and attack her with my sword for the second attack. Correct? Is that doable?
Well, so technically the attack action is you taking those 2 attacks as part of the attack action.
That's fair. See, that's why I asked.
Yeah.
That's what I figured.
I mean, what I'm wondering is, I'm trying to think if you can like fire en route. Yeah, I think that's kind of bending it a little bit more than it intends. So now the good news is you can get through the door and up there without the agent is not close enough to interfere with you at the moment, and they haven't
No,
gone yet.
I wouldn't think so. But now here's another question. So in case of what if I glided over there? What if I flew? Because my flight speed is 60, not 30.
Right? Yeah. Well,
or I can just, you know what I'm going to do? Screw it. I'm going to shoot at her, then just pop the spikes in the sword, and I'm just going to wait for someone to either come at us or on my next turn I will attack her.
Okay. All right. Let's do it.
Yep. All right. That sounds good. All right.
Separate to this chat, I am enjoying having a 2-leveled fight in which some people are dealing with one bad guy and the other one is dealing with the other bad guy. They're like,
unbelievable. Nope. Missed.
13 is a miss. Yeah. Sorry. Dink.
Yep, I think I gotta change my die color again. So spikes are on in case someone wants to come and face me in hand-to-hand combat. I'm gonna step inside the door. Screw it. I'm gonna step that way. You have a better.
Okay.
You have a better. I'm kind of trying to defend off people so you can shoot better. So,
okay.
Yeah, but I'm changing my die color because this die sucks.
All right.
Very light blue for the color of your eyes.
Good stuff, Valerian. Despite the miss,
point,
I still. Okay. Okay. That is going to lead us to Nisiana is up next.
Okay, so what
you have
I
just
was
been hit.
doing before I got stabbed by my sister was I was staring at Flamewind trying to do an insight on her.
Yes.
To figure out if she was mind controlled or actually believes the bullshit she's putting down.
Mm-hmm.
But then I got stabbed, so I can't do the insight. So,
I mean, to be clear, there's nothing that prevents you from standing up and trying to get insight again. It's just you may have more immediate problems.
Well,
that's all.
Instead, I mean, I didn't fall down.
That's true. You didn't. Hi, Drew.
In fact, my sister got right next to me. And I turned and I put my hand on her and I said, "Come back to me. Greater restoration."
Ooh, interesting. All right.
Come back to me because she has been charmed and she's been charmed before.
It's what I do.
Drew.
It's what I do.
So I am doing my greater restoration on her to bring her back.
Does that work? Does that work?
Yeah, that is the question. Does it work?
Does it work?
I am double checking here.
Imagine the 2 sisters just against you. Does that work? Does that work?
You feel
Just imagine
better?
Marimade turning to Flamewind. Does that work?
Does that work? What she just did, right? We're good? Oh.
Okay. I need you, please, to show you the way. I need you to make a wisdom check.
Okay.
Because something is resisting your attempt to do this.
Not a wisdom saving throw, a wisdom
Not a saving
check.
throw, wisdom check.
Not me. I'm resisting nothing. Obviously.
I'm all about it.
I'm very susceptible. Ooh, nice.
22?
Wow.
Yes. With difficulty, Nisiana, but you really focus and maybe your, bond with your sister. you almost have this sensation of this sort of kind of a, you almost have this sensation of a sort of internal cracking, almost as if something breaks. And then you see Merime, and Merime, your mind here is your own, and you were looking at your sister, also at your rapier, which just 3 seconds ago stabbed her.
So basically, it's come back to me verbally and telepathically spoken. Then.
Yeah. Okay.
And then she looks at her sister and says, "Stab her a lot."
Oh, I will.
Because at this point, I'm sorry, Flamewind, but we're just gonna have to beat you down. And if it turns out you were mind controlled, I can bring you back.
Okay.
We'll apologize for it later.
We're sorry if this happened later on.
Better to ask for forgiveness.
All right, good stuff, Nisiana. Now, as far as movement is concerned, you're now safe to move insofar as now Merime is no longer.
Well,
charmed.
since I do know that Merime is now going to move towards. Oh wait, but Flamewind goes before her. You know what? I'm going to trust that Rowan's going to get his ass into my aura.
That's a terrible thing to have trust in, but okay.
Presumptuous of you to assume that.
I am going to step back a little bit so that I'm not right next to my sister, like right here. Need to move my aura so that she's still in the aura for Flamewind's attack.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's all I'm gonna do right now.
Okay. All right. Now this one in here is going to go. So let's see. All right. This one is actually going to attempt to attack Zodor, who, after all, just took out the corresponding agent.
His buddy.
Yes. My best friend from when we were 4. Okay.
We joined the cult together, man.
I'm with you all the way down the line, Bucky. All right. So let's see. That is going to
Just to drive that one home a little further, I understood that reference.
nice. That has multiple connections there. I love it. Okay. Right. And is going to hit with a short sword, and you can see Zordor kind of grunts as this pierces his side, and Zodor sort of like staggers back a little bit. Doesn't look like close to death yet or anything, but just, clearly got hit by that, and sort of looks over at the agent, at the cloaked figure, and kind of gets this crooked smile and says, "Is that all you've got?" So we'll talk about what happens with Zodor later on, but first of all, it is Rowan's turn. Rowan finally does get to go. So there's a lot going on here, Rowan. You saw a flame column go up, and obviously, for some reason, Merime attacked Nisiana and then didn't, and Spanner's over with Flamewind.
You still do need to move my aura. It might actually encompass Rowan, whether he moves out of it or not.
That is your aura, and I think he's just outside of it at the moment.
Oh, yeah, he is. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Thanks to qualify, the only people I know in this room right now are all of my allies and Zodar Tarav.
Actually, Zodor's not in this room. He's in another room.
Upstairs.
Well, yes.
Yeah.
Wait, that means I don't even know that he's here. This is fun. Cool. Great.
Well, we would have. I would have been shocked if neither Tanton or me would have said Zodor. We have the mind link up still, by the way.
I'm increasing
holy
this.
Crap.
I'm increasing this aura, by the way. I again, underestimated the size of it. If these are 5-foot squares and it's a 60-foot diameter, then it's got to be more like that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
10,
what I was
15,
thinking.
20, 25, 30. Yeah, that's I think pretty close.
Okay.
There we go.
So, by that
Like
logic, that would
that.
mean 30 feet of movement should put me around here.
5, 10, 15, 20. I think, yeah, you may be at about 25 feet right now, but close. Yeah.
Cool, but I'm just going to take a little bit further.
Okay.
I am going to...
I cast Wall of Fire, Drew thinks is what you're going to do.
My money's on another spell.
Yeah.
There are a handful of other spells that I would really, really like to do right now. Instead, I am going to take a very simple series of actions. I'm just going to shoot Flamewind with Sunshine normally.
Okay.
Okay.
Gonna overdose her on vitamin D. She spends so much time inside.
Too much sun. Huh.
Just gonna take a very normal gunshot. The 16 hit.
16. Hold on a second. I don't. Yes, it will hit.
Cool. I bear 3 piercing damage.
Okay.
And then
as
the
I
nuclear blast.
as I slide into this aura, just take the shot normally and then shout at the staircase, "Come downstairs and bring the smuggler with you." And that's all I'm doing.
We're a little engaged right now.
All right.
What did it
Are we
work
still
so
psychically
easy?
linked in this moment?
Dance card is full.
Are we still psychically linked in this moment?
Yes, I would say so.
Yeah,
So,
we are.
in this moment, Rowan is literally so annoyed and upset that they are technically doing 2 things at once. Because when they say that, the only thought that everyone else can sense from Rowan in the mind link is, please let us teleport out of this goddamn place right now.
Oh, okay. I see. All right. So,
Interesting.
Yeah.
and Rowan already moved. Did the move? Okay. So, the aforementioned, if I believe I understand the smuggler to which you were referring, Zodor Tarev. Zodor Tarev now is going to get a chance to move, and his action is going to be to attack the person who just stabbed him in the side, which is the other agent. So he is going to make 2 attacks. The second one will hit. And that is going to do kind of a glancing blow, not a ton of damage yet. And he sort of growls as this happens. And then he says, "What about the rest of your people?" And he kind of is saying that to, presumably to either you, Ilarion, or to Enton, or whoever he can see, presumably. I presumably wants to know where the rest of them are, since he obviously can't see any of what's happening downstairs. So he says that. And then we have Sky Blue, who, let us remember, is herself not incapable of a little bit of combat. She's going to move around to the back, and she's going to attack with a little thing we like to call sneak attack.
Yes.
Oh,
With advantage.
wow. Yeah, so I think maybe normally I wouldn't talk about what an NPC gets in an NPC, but when there's a critical hit
Nice.
on a sneak attack, I might do that.
Yes.
So she just and literally the agent just slumps forward and hits the ground. Sneak attack damage on a crit hit is pretty, yeah.
Pretty ballsy, yeah.
Glorious.
So
He's probably
drops,
not a low-level rogue either, so yeah.
yeah, exactly. And so she does that, and then she says, I'm sorry, Flamewind, I didn't know. Sort of saying this to you, presumably, Ilarion. And that is going to bring us up to the top of the round, where the aforementioned Flamewind is going to get a chance to go. All right, Flamewind is going to
Currently being mauled by a dog.
Cats
Yeah,
and
exactly.
dogs, man.
Exactly. Let's see. Is going to.
I'm glaring at her.
Good.
She will return the glare. No. Okay, let's see. All right. She is going to. Okay. She is going to take her claw and swipe down, or her paw, I guess, and swipe down against Spanner. And she's going to make a double claw attack. Okay. The first one is going to be a 12.
Yes.
The second one is going to be a 32.
Holy crap-a-moly.
Double miss.
Yeah, it's like, I don't think so. Spanner vanishes.
Wow.
I will, for the moment, I'm going to move. Well, I'm going to delete him off the map for the moment. You can, depending on what happens, if and when comes back. And then she turns back, and in a slightly bored voice says, "Now then, the more serious problem," and starts moving in this direction, sort of over to the side here where she can face all of you. Okay. Right. Fun round there. Okay, fun turn there. Next up is going to be the other bad guy that they're fighting, Antonua. So, Antonua is also going to do something.
Be annoying.
Annoying. Exactly. Okay. Let's see. She might actually. Right. Okay. So. Okay. She. Okay. She calls out, and she again. Now, actually, does anyone speak Elvish? I should have asked this before.
Nope.
Okay. So she says something in Elvish, and there is a rumbling sound. Literally, the building rumbles, and then something Alarian appears. Right behind you.
Don't give me a
Sure, when we say
sir.
behind the Larian, we mean behind the closed door, right?
No, I mean inside
Right?
the room, over on this one. And I will show you.
Looks nice.
That's actually, you know what? That's not even that much of a raw. That's about right. This large figure holding a mace and glowing appears. And you can, I don't know that Tantan can see this. I think it's probably just Alarian at the moment, can see that its eyes glow a faint blue, and its body seems to be ringed with blue flame. And it looks at Antonua and says, "Why have I been called here?" And Antonua says, "I call upon you. I have pledged my service. Now is the time for you to deliver what the service has promised. Attack and destroy my enemies." And the creature sort of regards her and then says, "There will be a cost." "I will pay it," she shouts.
Oh, you
And
most
he-
definitely will.
And he nods and steps forward and attacks you, Alarian.
Okay.
So,
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
You're fine. You got this.
You got this, I hope.
okay. Right. So, let's see. Okay, that's helpful. Can I actually get the attack thing here?
No, he misses.
No, damn it. Okay, there we go. Okay, swings his mace down upon you, and is going to get basically it's a double swing, I guess you might say. All right, the second one is a critical miss, but the first one is a 26 to hit.
That'll do it.
Okay. Alarian, you take 20 points of bludgeoning damage, and as you hit it, you are going to need to make a strength saving throw. You have never been hit by anything this hard in your life. Now, you do have your spiked Aegis up, so it is going to take some damage from that, I guess.
You're damn straight he is.
Yeah, okay. So,
And that's 3 points.
okay. So, he
Okay, you said a
will...
strength check. Okay.
Yes, indeed.
Strength check or saving throw? I'm sorry, which one?
It is, let's see, a strength saving throw. Sorry.
Very good. All right, hold on. I got it. What is it? There's something here. I just got to make sure of something. Is this to like knock me over? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, it's to prevent you being slammed back against the wall and going prone.
Okay, hold on a second.
Which is not something usually happens to you, you know.
I know, and but the thing is, where is it? I have a thing that I think it doubles my. I think I roll this at advantage to avoid being knocked off my feet, and I can't seem to find it.
Okay.
Just hold on. It's Guardian. I gotta look through all these. I don't remember which one it is. Not that one. Insight. No. But I want to make sure I'm reading it properly. So look, there it is. Advantage against being knocked over my feet. So do I make the saving throw with advantage?
Yep.
Okay,
yes, you do.
All right. I mean, I'll take the 19.
This guy's really strong. Let me just see.
Close.
Yep. Exactly. It's close.
I'll let people know that so far in this entire combat I haven't rolled higher than a 10, which is really starting to get annoying.
We'll do.
Even though you change your dice color and everything.
Uh-huh. Of course, strength is like, I have a +9 to my save, for crying out loud. Are you still checking, Garp?
Yes. You said 19, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Not enough.
Oh,
All right, I'm going to spend a die roll. I don't need to be knocked down for this guy, so
Okay.
I'll spend another spirit die. I have to be close. He said, hopefully.
Oh, yes.
There we go.
Nice.
So
27.
27. Yeah, that's enough.
Yeah, all right.
Just you're like, hold the line. You're like, God.
Yeah, pretty much.
Damn. Like, yeah. Very, very, very powerful hit.
What does this guy look like? I mean, is he?
He is a. First of all, he's tall. He's probably a little taller than you. He's probably about. You're what? 8 feet? 9 feet? He's.
It's 7'10".
He's about 9 feet. He's a couple
he's way
feet taller than you.
me.
He is just like he has sort of grayish skin, glowing blue eyes. He has a bluish, almost looks like is like kind of outlined in a sort of blue flame, and a massive glowing mace with golden shoulder pads. He is. You don't know that you've ever seen anything that impressive, but there is a sense of familiarity too. I would say that you in particular, Ilarion, might have noticing some of the way that his body appears.
I don't have time to mess around with him. I need to kill her first.
I got issues with them. Yeah, exactly. Okay. That was her turn. Okay, that was what she did. She did that. She's gonna stay there. Okay, Mermaid, you're up. So what would you like to do?
Okay, I am going to speak to Flamewind and you're right. I do understand the prophecy, and I don't know why you have gone against it. But if you wish to stand against us, then so be it. And I'm gonna step over here. And then I am going to... Okay, this is almost... I'm going to synaptic static. So you have to make... so I target it like behind her, so it only hits her. But you have to make an intelligence saving throw. DC is 18.
So this is... And just to be clear, this level... I think we're looking at level 5, right? Is this thing?
Yeah.
When you cast this, there is this psychic energy, right?
Yeah.
Flamewind does absolutely nothing.
Oh, wow.
And stares at you and says, "Unfortunately, there's a reason that I asked for the Oracle of War, and your spell will do nothing to me." Doesn't even make a saving throw. It's like it didn't affect at all.
Okay.
Now I want you to make a survival. No, this is not insight. Not survival. Let me think about this for a second. Intelligence check. Make an intelligence check for me, Marame.
Just a straight up intelligence check. Okie dokie. How intelligent do I fear today? No, that's smart.
Yeah, you just are like, Oh my! Like what? Like that? You know, like there are ones that can resist damage. There are ones.
My
But
spell!
the amount of the amount of creatures that can be like, no, that didn't even happen. Like, you know, not something you've encountered before, anyway.
So in frustration, I said, then just explain yourself to me so that I understand what you're saying and what you're doing.
I'm
in
saying that
frustration.
I want the Oracle, and that you are being fools and trying to prevent me from having it. The draconic prophecy must be fulfilled.
Okay, that's not an explanation. So just be real clear. That's not an explanation.
DM comment. That's true. Back to the That's as much explanation as you're going to get. Says, you know,
Okay,
but-
so I am going then to bonus action. I'm going to cast Jaunty Dash onto myself.
Okay.
Which kinetic jaunt. Kinetic jaunt. So I'm going to bonus action that. So I'm ready for next round, in which I am going to just stab her.
Okay.
A lot.
Stab her a whole bunch. Okay. Okay.
And I'm kind of
tripping. I love that. No fate carves a table with knife. Like,
and I'm gonna kind of put myself so that I'm in the way of her if she tries to get to Rowan or my sister.
okay.
Because I know I've got the better AC.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. So you were going to be, so you're looking to stab her, but you were also keeping her in between. You want to be in between her and your sister, etc. Okay.
Yeah, basically right
All
now.
right.
Yeah, I'll move in later.
Good stuff. That's going to lead us to Tanton with Spanner on deck, obviously. With Larian on deck, I should say. Tanton, what do you want to do?
First of all, another brilliant reference to another great movie. Linda Hamilton was so good in that film. So Tanton kind of notes the sudden absence of Spanner and just sort of kind of slowly turns to look back at Flamewind and is like, "You're on my list. But first," and he just shoots it at
Okay. You
Alanis
can see by the
Morissette.
way, Tanton, you can see that she starts singing "You're uninvited." You notice that Alarian seems to be a little bit distracted, having just been slammed with something.
There's a weird blue glow
you're
coming
like,
from around
Alarian, why don't you worry about this?
That
Like,
massive clang
got some
also
problems.
probably
All right.
help either.
go ahead. And,
probably the thing, and then Alarian probably just like stretched his arms out to catch himself on the door frame,
Yeah.
and just like almost fell out. Like, that's not normal.
go ahead and make your attack.
Yes, and again with I almost said shapeshifter. No, that's Zodor. With sharpshooter, almost shapeshifter.
Okay.
You know, practically the same word. 18.
18. Yes, 18 will hit.
Good. And that will do 17 points of damage.
Okay.
Oh, damn it.
Let's see.
What?
All right. Good.
Oh,
All right.
Attack number 2.
Yep.
forgot something I had as a.
28.
that will hit a lot. Is that now?
Well, I
is that
think
28 minus 5? Like, why does it keep showing the minus 5?
I'm it's confusing me because it's plus minus 5, and so I'm like, is it? Wait,
Yeah, so it'd all be just
looking at
23. I mean, it would still hit anyway. I just want to, for future reference, I want us to know what the hell is going on with that. But don't worry about it for now. Regardless, it would hit. Even if it was a 23, that's going to hit.
Yeah. Okay. So that would be 20 points.
Very nice.
Of piercing damage.
Okay, you've done a little bit now. And she's sort of staggers back, staring at you angrily.
Good job, Tran, because I'm unfortunately otherwise engaged.
Spanner is up next, though. Except now this is interesting because when you look around, Tanton, you would obviously see that where the hell did Spanner go? And Spanner is at the moment, sir, not appearing in this picture.
They're not appearing in this fight.
Yes. Let's see. Oh, that's fascinating. Okay. Yes, I will deal with that situation. At the moment, Spanner is not here. So that's going to lead us to Alarian is up next, and you have a large mace-wielding creature in your grill.
What is that behind him? Is that a box or a crate or something?
I think that's actually a table or a kind of a. Actually,
Countertop or
let me move him for a
something?
second. No, what that actually is what looks like a safe.
Safe.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yep.
Open it. All right. So the guy wails on me, and I, like, again, actually blew a spirit point to remain standing, which is a little insane. But then I straighten up and I say to him in Celestial, "Is that all you have?" And I come at him.
Okay. I'm going to have you do this first. Go ahead and make your attack first.
2 attacks, thank you.
Here, yes.
Oh, did I still have it? Oops. Well, I'll take... Shit. I had it actually on advantage. So
It's all right. The 28 would have been the roll. That's why it's
all right. Then the 28 for
That will hit.
5. I'm gonna add. Oh, I can't waste it all the time. 3, 2, 1. I want to add a spirit die of damage onto that.
Okay.
Gotta start doing something here. Okay, good. So that makes 12 total.
All right. So.
Second attack.
Okay. Yep.
Miss.
Yeah.
Of course, then I rolled a 10. Yeah, of course I do.
As it misses, it says to you in Celestial, "Why does she want you dead?"
Okay. Okay. If I can answer, she wants something we will not give her.
We didn't hear that, Jen, by the way.
Yeah. All you heard was just a bunch of blah 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 blah. Some
Pretty much.
Jen was saying something. I saw her mouth moving, but we didn't hear what.
I wasn't meaning to.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Saying that was since I didn't hear it and I didn't understand it, he wouldn't have heard me say answer true, answer true.
Yeah.
Can I say something else real quick?
I mean, like a couple words.
Oh no, it's longer than that. Never mind.
No.
Okay.
But so, okay, that's setting something up, which we'll talk about later. Okay.
Okay.
Right. That's.
Oh, by the way, before
Yes.
you go, I
Sure.
did 10 points for that hit. 10 points to my armor, which is instead of 30, and 10 points to me, which is 87. I want to make sure you had that right. I don't think we went over.
Oh
the
no,
splitting of the
I think you're right.
damage.
Actually, yeah, 87 and 30 out of the. Okay, got it.
Uh-huh.
Okay, sounds good. That leads us to Nisiana, who is up next,
Okay.
and Rowan is on deck.
Wait, actually, I'm sorry. Can I do one more thing before this? Oh wait, no, I already spent a point. Never mind.
So then no. Okay, Nisiana.
I am actually going to move up to next to Rowan,
Okay.
just so that I can be within 5 feet of him.
Okay.
And I had privately said something to Marime, which was basically, my aunt ordered me to learn how to harm and use my abilities. Do not think less of me. And I'm going to throw a spell
Okay.
called Harm. And instead of the golden dragons that are swirling, it is a black dragon.
Ooh.
And this is what it does.
All right.
Ooh.
So
Yeah,
it does.
It's an amazing.
It's a
Wow.
Constitution saving throw, and it does 14d6 necrotic damage, or half on a failed save. If they fail, the hit points drop by that much.
So you and I love the black dragon image. You cast this thing, right, and then just send this virulent, disease spell towards them. And Flamewind watches and does nothing and says to you, "I told you, you are making a terrible mistake." Now, Nisiana, I need from you an Arcana check, because that spell you just cast is 6th level. That
Yes,
should
it
not
is.
have been able to have had, 0 effect.
Oh, I have suck at Arcana, but there you go.
Not this time.
18! Okay.
You are aware, Nisiana, that there are very few creatures that exist that can just ignore spells that are of the highest level that you just cast. But it ought to give you a clue that knowing the fact there are few such creatures, that may help you a little bit in thinking about how to address this thing that you're facing. You may not know a whole lot about the way that gynosphinxes operate, but regardless, you're pretty sure that a gynosphinx can be affected by level 6 spells, or the equivalent.
Ugh, I don't have any idea.
It's okay. It's something to think about. Something, just bit of info, just bit of knowledge.
Yeah, okay.
I like the teleportation idea more and more.
I like it, but at the same time I hate it because it leaves a certain artifact behind.
Yeah. Okay, so Nisiana, you are going to stay where you are. I know you moved up 5 feet. Are you going to...
bring up my aura, please.
Sure.
I basically just wasted one of my biggest spells somehow on something that should not have been able to.
And in that, it wasn't a waste.
I was just about to say
true.
that.
The intel there is a big deal.
Say that,
That's
yeah.
a big deal.
It's not that's not Flamewind.
Rowan, you were up next.
That's what you get through the link. That's not Flamewind.
Oh, great.
Oh.
I hear that, and my immediate response in the mind link is also, didn't matter if it were.
Wow.
Okay.
It's true. You haven't met Flamewind. You probably might like Flamewind. I'm not really sure.
So if I've witnessed the exact same thing,
Yeah.
that means most of my combat options are also similarly limited. And I have no room or knowledge with Arcana to actually stop to think about why. So can I? No, this is not what I want to do. I want to do violence.
Violence.
I want to beat people up.
Not the pajamas.
Oh God. That was a 6th level spell. There is not much I can do otherwise. How close? I don't have the range to do that other potentially useful thing. Wait, how far is Tantin from me? That's
5, 10,
60 feet plus.
3, 5, 4. I would say probably about, because they're up about 10 feet, probably about 55, maybe just at 60 feet, I would say. 55 to 60 feet.
Right, yeah, so that's too far. I'm gonna do a version of a thing that I imagine is only useful insofar as it allows us to go up the motherfucking stairs.
Okay.
I am going to... What level is this? Right, I'm going to spend 3 sorcery points.
Okay.
So I can twin spell haste on Nisiana and Merame.
Ooh. Nice.
Thank you.
I like that.
And I say to Nisiana, I guess it's time to bring the mountain to Muhammad, or whatever that analogy would be.
You're all like, what?
Everybody in the room is like, who?
I can still shoot then, can't I? No, that would have been my action.
Yeah, unless it was...
So I'm just gonna...
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna take it to the furthest possible edge of this aura. Like, I am leaning out of the aura. I am dangerously leaning out of the aura.
Gotcha. Okay.
I am headed towards the staircase. I want everybody to pick up what I'm putting down.
Yeah, it's good stuff, Rowan. Okay. Right. That is going to lead us to Zodor Tarev, who is he stares up at the thing with the mace, and it's just like, I'm going to assume you've got that, and then is going to go towards Antonua.
Good man. Yep.
Knives out. Let's see. Two attacks. The first one almost hits, but not quite. And as you do that, Antonua says, "You are not. I have no interest in you, fool. They are the problem." And Zodor says, "I'm making myself a problem, lady." Okay. And now we have Sky Blue. What is Sky Blue going to do?
So he missed twice, basically?
Yeah, I missed twice. The second one was a critical miss. The first one was very close. Is Sky Blue going to... I think given the positioning, Sky Blue is probably going to try to duck behind here and is going to try to
awesome.
attack. Yeah, that's what she's going to try to do.
Yep.
Terrible rolls, though.
Even an advantage?
Yeah. A 2 or a 3.
Oh my god!
I mean, that was the dice roll. It was
hopefully
a little bit better than that, but
hopefully she's taking that away from me, so I can't say I really truly complain.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so that brings us up to the top of the round and brings us back up to Flame Wind. And let's see, Flame Wind is going to. Okay, Flame Wind is going to look at Nisiana.
Boy.
Okay. All right, she says to you, "I know that you're trying to help your friends, but really, you're just making things worse. Why don't you just lie down, and before you do that, why don't you just stop all the spells and the things that you have going right now?" So is attempting to tell you to drop your aura of life and then lie on the ground. So I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
I'm just making sure there isn't something that I am. That do I have anything against this?
You'll do fantastic, though. You're very wise, unlike your sister.
I do not think so. I think I'm in trouble. Must be a different character of mine that has.
Unless we're now to a point where I can.
All right, wisdom
use that
saving.
flash of genius.
Well, let's see. I mean, that was said openly. So 5, 10, 15. Oh, the problem, though, is, are you close enough, though? Because look at where she is now. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I think you're too far away, Tanton. But now there's not a problem with you being aware there's something really wrong with Flamewood. I think you're very clear about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, but it's a wisdom saving throw?
Wisdom saving throw, yeah.
Here we go.
Again, inspirations are a thing.
Nope. Oh my god, wow.
Let's see. It's going to be close.
Do it.
I will inspire Nisiana.
Okay.
Oh.
Go ahead and then the inspiration will happen because Trent has 2 of these because of his generous support. All right, so you can roll that again, and then we'll see which one is better. We got an 18 or 13.
18,
well,
looking pretty good.
Look at that 18.
Cool.
18.
An 18 is enough. Just enough. Just. So you sort of see the and so you have this you get this sensation. It's a very powerful sort of yeah, why don't I do this? And then you remember your sister hitting you, I think, and you're just like, no, go F yourself, type of thing, at that point, and shove off the attempt. And you can see that Flamewind looks slightly puzzled, like, what? That always works, type of thing. And then shakes her head and says, unfortunate, and backs up a few feet. Okay, that is going to lead us to Antonua, who is now looking at Zodor Tarev And I think since she is occupied, is going to attempt to... Let's see. Is going to attempt to fight. Okay. Now, she actually reaches down, attempting to touch Zodor. Oh. Okay. When she does...
Is this a touch attack?
Yes.
Fuck. Give him +4 armor class. I will
Okay, let me see.
+4, -4 to mine.
Let me see if that works.
Which I'm probably going to regret. Oh,
Be aware it might be more than that. I don't know yet. I haven't added it up.
I know,
Okay.
but I'm doing it. If she's trying to touch the attack, I'm trying to boost him so he can stay alive long enough. I will probably regret that, but if the guy hit me with a 26, at 23 is not going to make any difference.
It's going to be more than that AC, even with that boost.
Okay.
But it was there were 2 attacks being made, and she missed with the second because of what you just did. So it cuts down a little bit on what would have been done otherwise. You see this radiant burst explode from the spot where she touches Zodor, and he shouts in pain. And you can see there is this massive burn that he takes, but it seems like this sort of flash of, it's almost blinding. You obviously didn't have a chance to look at it very closely because you're, dealing with a massive creature in front of you.
Sounds like a big ass shocking grasp.
Yeah, something. But in any case, Zodor's like, ah! And sort of like does that. Oh, that's awesome, Emily. Holds on and just like, So,
better 1 than 2. So.
Yes, that's right. Okay. So, that is Antonua. And let's see the end of it. Okay, right. Okay. Now, the creature in front of you is going to get to go next. Alarian, and is going to say, says to you, I have no interest in the petty squabbles of people here on this plane. If you have taken something from them, why should I care that you will or will not return it? And then brings the mace down. You'll have a chance to respond on your turn.
I get the crap. Probably.
Let's see, 22 and a 21.
Damn, my armor would have actually come in handy if you hit it with both of them.
Okay. Did you say gets hit with both?
Yeah, because I 19.
Because of the other one that you did with the thing, yeah.
Well, because, I dropped mine by 4. So.
You are going to take 37 points of damage as these 2 blows hit. Now, you can decide what damage you want to do, or what, where you want to put them.
20 to the armor.
Okay.
17 to me. Nope, that's supposed to be
70. So it should be
70 and 10.
So 70 and 10, yep. And I need you to make that strength saving throw.
Well, first of all, he's going to take my frickin'...
Yep. Go ahead. He'll take the damage for sure.
I hope Zodor appreciates that, damn it. What's that? What is this? Oh, it's advantage. Sorry. 3 on the first one.
Okay.
Why is it doing this? It's also fucked up. 3. I'm going to just do 3 on both. I don't know why it's rolling 2d4. It's 1d4, but their stupid rollers.
So it's 3 on both?
So, yeah, so we'll just do 3 on both.
Okay, all right. He takes that.
Strength, you said.
Strength saving throw, please. Yes.
Son of a gun. Okay, come on. Unbelievable. 19 again. I don't think that's going to do it, and I can't spend any more spirit dice on that.
Unfortunately, yeah, you get slammed against the wall.
Okay.
You were going to take another 2 points. You can put that wherever you want.
I'll put that on. I'll take it.
All right. And then you hit the wall, and Tanton on the other side, like the wall rocks as something hits, and Alarian, you fall to the ground prone for the moment. And the being looks down on you and says, "Why do you continue to fight over petty things?" In Celestial again.
Oops. Can I answer now? Or on my turn?
I'll allow you to answer now with like a quick sentence, and then you can answer.
Yeah, I've got
one.
That's fine.
Yeah.
If this is used wrong, it will kill tens of thousands.
And
it's not hers.
And the creature pauses and says, "It belongs to this one," and points at Antonua.
No.
Or no, I'm sorry. That's not what they say. They say she wants this and points at her is what he meant to say.
Yes.
Okay. And he nods thoughtfully. Okay. We'll see what the effects of that are down the line. That's going to lead us to Merime. Merime, you were up, and I believe you had a hankering for some flame wind.
For some beaten. So I am going to move my way over here.
Yep.
And go up to her and say, we're done talking. And then I'm going to hit her in the face.
The face.
The face. Okay, normal. Oh.
God damn it. It was right
I'm
on the
just like-
17 too.
Does this whatever this being does it have a dice suppression? Aura or
I know,
something?
right? Seriously.
I'll change the
God.
color as well.
Yeah.
This is
mean,
important.
That
Go
14,
for
for
it.
those of you listening at home, that was a 14 and sadly a miss.
We're gonna
Yeah.
go for hot freaking pink.
I was
All
like,
right.
why were you gray anyway?
Because my nails are like sparkly.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously.
No, it
Good
makes
gods
sense.
is
Alright.
right, Crit Twitch. Okay.
Second attack. Very quickly. Turn around. Attack again successfully.
There you go.
Yeah, pink.
That's a
pink for
hit.
the win.
That's piercing damage, right?
Piercing damage?
I have good news for you. You are a good creature, are you not? I
am
mean,
a good
alignment
creature.
good creature?
I am a wonderfully good creature.
Yes. I mean, but alignment specifically.
Yeah, chaotic good.
Yep. When you pierce with this weapon, oh, and also, this is important too. This is a magical
It is?
rapier, right?
Thanks to Trend, it is.
Yep. So when you pierce her,
Ouch.
she gives out a shout of pain, which seems beyond what you might have expected. You actually just did 22 points of damage piercing with that hit.
Oh, I feel good about myself right now. I'm going to flourish in joy.
Mm-hmm.
So let me just... Okay, I'm going to do a defensive flourish.
Okay.
And I am going to use one of my inspirations, which is a D10.
Okay.
Which will be high again because it's pink. 7.
Okay.
So that gives me +7 to my AC.
Yep. Exactly, Crit Twitch. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again.
Yes.
Okay. Good stuff, Mermaid. I assume you're not moving. I
I'm
assume you're
attacking
sticking.
again because I am hasted.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, that's right. You're hasted. I forgot.
I'm hasted.
Oh yeah. This is why the haste
So-
is so good. All right.
And I like go, thank you, Rowan, as I stab her again. Stab. Oh, that's not a
You
stab.
do have to hit though.
That is not a stab.
And again, for those of you at home, it was a 13 because it started with a 2, but it was right next to the 20. Oh man.
Wait. Hold on.
Oh.
Dude, well,
Is there something cool you can
it's a
do?
lot.
I am Tides of I'm going to use Tides of Chaos.
What
Okay.
does that do?
Oh, you gain advantage on that attack roll.
Ooh,
Well, that'll work.
Oh, well then
Thank you.
let's do that again then.
This time I'm gonna roll super well because I'm inspired by chaos. Yes.
For those of you at home, he rolled in another 2.
That one, the chaos is exactly the same as the first one, which is the ultimate chaos.
The most chaos is the no chaos.
Oh.
Like, God damn it.
Wow. I'm not sure
So
that pink's working for
it was
you.
a great
Thank you.
idea. It was a great
That's-
idea.
Yeah, that was.
That was enjoyable though. Thank you very much.
Oh man.
And I'm going to look at Flamewind with my rapier kind of in her face in a defensive stand and say, "Stay."
Okay.
Wait, no.
What?
GM,
Yes.
a thing. So,
Yeah. Mhm.
I was in a hurry while I was reading the thing.
Oh.
I can only use Tides of Chaos on myself. What I should have done was bend luck.
Oh,
Which
Ben Luck.
instead would have given an additional D4 to the roll.
Oh, right.
But would
Yes,
that,
that's
but
true.
would that have helped?
I
Would
don't think
getting
that's
up to
gonna-
17 have helped?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to do it.
Well, I
me
mean,
to
you
try
hit
it?
previously with I think
Well, that
just
20
a 7.
I thought it was a 20.
Oh well, no, she did, but
Yeah.
you. Oh, that's true. Well, you don't know is the answer to that.
Mm.
But I mean, you've been
Yeah.
attacking. This is the first time you've been attacking this thing with physical attacks, so you don't know.
Actually, wait, Rowan, what did you hit it when you shot it? Was that a 17?
When I shot it,
Yeah,
I
because
hit with-
that's actually the second attack that actually hit it with a physical object.
Yep.
I hit
So-
with a 16.
Oh, there you go. Okay, never mind.
Then maybe
Forget
it
what I
makes
said.
sense.
Right, yes.
Yeah.
Right, so we're bending luck instead.
So I'm rolling a
so-
d4.
D4.
Yes,
Yeah.
1d4. So if you
Well,
can get a 3 or a 4, it hits.
Mm-hmm.
I am totally 100% going to roll super well. Thank you.
Yes.
4. Hey, there you go.
Well
All
Does
right.
it hit, or did we just celebrate for no reason?
It does hit.
Yes.
It does hit. What's the damage now?
So the first attack was, I mean, I want to take the 12 from the second, but the first attack, to be fair, was 9.
Okay, so let's go with the 9. So, because that's what it would have been tied to chaos. So,
Mhm.
but again, clearly more damage is done than because of that when you were attacking it. So, let's see.
I'll tell my sister I can handle her. Go help the others if you can. Sounds like they're getting their asses handed to them.
Yeah.
So I just want to qualify another thing again. Does ranged attacks from a magical ranged weapon also have this effect?
As long as they're doing piercing damage, which I'm pretty sure your thing would, right?
Yeah, but let's do piercing damage, which means that my
So it would have done more.
sunshine shot was not free. Yeah,
Okay. What damage did you do on that one? Can you remind me?
a 3.
Okay, so I'll just add. All right, got it. I don't think you would have noticed this effect on it when
I
you were
did
from a
not.
distance. Yeah, but the other one would have. Okay, good stuff. All right, Flamewood started to look a little, slightly beaten up, more than was the case
I
before.
got this.
Okay, that is right. So Mermaid does that. Okay, we bent the luck. We did the thing. All right. So now that leads us to Tanton with Alarian on deck. Tanton, what would you like to do?
The Tanton is going to step forward a little bit to kind of try to get a peek around the corner, and he sees, Gigantor there, and it's like, oh, and he's like, well, and he shoots at her again.
Okay.
Because he's just, she.
Yeah, she deserves this. And...
Yeah, absolutely. No sharpshooter this time.
Okay.
But I am going to put a. No, not yet. So no sharpshooter this time.
Okay.
Here we go. Attack number 1. 29.
29 will absolutely hit.
14 points of damage.
Okay. All right. She will take that and not like it.
Good. And he just stops for a minute and turns and points his as the bolt apparates on the bridge of his thing. He turns around and fires at Flameon. This one, he's going to apply a branding smite.
Oh, nice. So he just shoots, then turns around and fires in the other direction?
Mm-hmm.
Tanton, or should we call him Turreton?
Kind of. So this will be a 26.
26 will hit.
Nice.
And that will be 13 points of piercing damage.
That's
for
magic
that.
piercing damage, isn't it?
It is.
And you are a good fellow, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I'm
Oh.
lawful neutral.
Okay.
But the branding smite does an extra 4 points of radiant damage.
So 17 damage total so far, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And the target if it's visible or if it's invisible, it becomes visible. It can't turn invisible.
Right.
And it sheds dim light for 5 feet. Yeah.
What I'm trying to decide here is whether that branding smite, that damage, I do not think that branding smite is going to affect it, Tren, because it is not going to pay attention to a spell of this level. I was trying to decide if it was, like your weapon damage will affect it in the way that we described, although not with the extra damage. But it's not going to. But it wouldn't be affected by a spell, even a spell that's cast on this.
Okay.
So yeah. So actually, I have to take back how much
That's
damage
fine.
is that? 4. So I have to put back that 4 damage.
That's fine.
That was there
That's
otherwise.
fine.
So I will allow you to not have used it if you were sort of forgot about that.
He would
have done that. Okay.
Realize that as
Okay.
that's fair for him to use that as a trade-off. I want to give Tanton a moment to realize what just happened. and notice that the thing didn't take effect.
Arcana
And-
check. Make an Arcana check for me. Do it. Do it now.
Wait a minute. Do I have? I may have advantage.
Yeah, you might. I don't remember.
I
By the way, chat, the Zoom chat while we've been doing this among the party has been hopping. They've been like, wait a minute, what of this? Oh my God, what about this? Which is very appropriate. Go ahead, John.
Unfortunately, you have
So-
to say, no, remember this.
Okay.
No, remember this.
Yeah.
So natural 20.
Woof.
Yep. Plus a D4 for Artisan's Intuition, which is 4, so 34.
So you get a 34? Right, okay.
Wow.
You vaguely know. Yeah, no. So, yeah, you are...
I'm pretty sure I know exactly who this is.
So when you hit this thing and you see that effect, you realize more or less exactly what I just told the Nisiana, which is there are very few creatures that exist in Corvair, that exist in all of Eberron, frankly, that can just be like, nope, no big deal, to high-level spells. Now, Branding Smite is not a super high-level spell, but the fact that it seems to be utterly unaffected by it, yet is being affected by Marame's piercing and by your piercing damage, but seems to be like really hurt by Marame, indicates that there's something very off about this. And one thing I can tell you for sure, there's no way that a Gynosphinx would be having all these resistances.
So, like I said, I'm pretty damn sure I know who this is.
Okay.
Are you going to share it with the rest of the class?
Well, that's the question.
I don't think you would know.
Oh, you mean Trent as a player?
You
but
mean,
not character?
well, no, I'm sure
No,
Trent,
I
you mean
don't think-
Tanton would know, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I
The
don't
link
think.
is the link is still up though.
Yeah, it is.
No, but I don't think Tanton would know. Tanton wasn't there at that fight.
I
Or
wasn't.
Were you? Were you not? Were
Trent
you?
with us?
Well, remember, Marame and Ilarion, well, I can't be,
Now we're bordering
yeah,
on spoiling
yeah,
this.
yeah, we are. Hi, Prince Justin.
God damn it.
That's,
I'm like, I don't. If he was there, yes, but if he's
Yeah,
not,
no, you're right. You're right. It was just Mirame and myself. And I
and you were
have not
unconscious
seen-
most of it.
I haven't seen anything of this at all.
for those of you at home wondering what the hell we're talking about, it'll make sense later, maybe, depending on what happens here. I think so I don't know that you're going to know exactly, but you will know that it's not a
What?
Gynosphinx.
I was going to
I
say,
look forward to us just curb stomping this creature
So,
instead and then never
even-
learning the answer to this question.
so even if he doesn't know who it is, he can absolutely say, that is not Flame Wind.
Yep.
I've already said that.
Yeah, but like,
Well, yeah, he was a little
Everyone's
distracted.
gonna. Jimmy's like, I don't know. I'm just stabbing it. I don't care.
oh my God. Okay. That's what we just did there, chat, was very funny, and it'll all make sense later depending on how these things go. All right.
Yep.
So good stuff, Tantin. You're going to stay, I assume, where you are as the turret version.
Yeah.
You know. Okay. Spanner continues to not be here. That leads us to Ilarion. Nisiana's on deck. Ilarion, you are currently prone. And now you have an opportunity. I will tell you, you can continue your attack. You can stand up, obviously, as that'll use up your move, but you can stand up. Also, you could talk a little longer if you want that to be your action. Like if you basically, I'm not going to
talk? Can I talk while standing? I don't wanna
Yeah,
sit
absolutely.
there.
You can do that. I'm not going to let you have a big let me explain to you
No,
the
I know,
details
I know,
of my
I know.
Starforged consciousness. You know, yeah.
So, standing, you said uses half your movement, right?
Standing usually uses up all your movement in my games if you're prone. So it would use up a move action to stand.
So
is
if
what
I'm
I
a
would
character
say.
who can fly, would I get any flight speed left? Because it actually does make a difference. Of what I
Yeah,
might wanna
because
do.
you can fly, I would say that I would probably allow you to...
half?
Probably half. Remember that you're still next to a creature which is like...
Yeah, and then unfortunately Sky's behind it, which I don't really like. So, all right, as I'm getting my feet, I'm like, look, your fight is not with us. If you don't want to be here, just leave. But I'm still on defensive because I have to be.
Yeah.
So,
And he says, she has summoned me and offered to pay the cost.
what is the cost?
And he looks at you as if surprised and then shrugs and says, herself.
Let me deliver her to you.
And he smiles and says, eventually she will come. Unless, and he kind of pauses and says, and he looks over at her and then back to you. I have seen you on the mountainside.
Oh.
That's as much as you're going to be able to get in. What do you want to say, or what do you want to do, Alarian?
I'm not going to attack him. I'd like to try to...
Thank you for the follow, Dark Horse. Sorry, John. Thank you for the follow, Dark
yeah.
Horse. Appreciate it. Okay, go ahead.
I'd like to try to signal to Sky to not attack him, but I'm not sure I can do that. So, but I'm not going to. I'll take a step back. I'm going to keep the shield up, but I'm going to lower the sword for now.
Okay, so that's actually a big moment. Are you? So you're literally lowering? Are you lowering your sword?
Yep.
Are you dropping your spiked aegis?
Sure.
This is so much. Oh my God! This is the crafting.
This is Ben Kenobi.
This is the or the Star Trek 6. Like, we surrender, sir. We surrender. Like, he just drops the shields and is like, let them. Okay.
I mean, I could take the hit from him, but it seems we've entered a different phase of combat. So.
Fascinating. All right, I cannot wait to see what happens.
And when he said that, okay, the only reason I did that is because when he said, "I've seen you on the mountain."
Yep.
It's the only thing. Wait, yep. I did that.
I love it.
And if I can tell Sky, I'll just shake my head at her.
Well, no. At the moment, Spy is behind a massive creature that is on the other side.
I figured. Yep.
So you're shaking your head. It's not going to work.
I know. I had to try.
I forgot something.
What's up?
I was. Let me double check and make sure the.
Yeah, crit twitch. Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Since I hit with both of those attacks. That's going to be 2 arcane jolts to Alarian.
Oh.
Huh?
Okay.
Yeah. To heal them.
Yeah.
How much total?
It's going to be 2d6. So let me double check that. Yeah, 2d6. 2d6. For one is 6 points, and the other one is 8 points. So whatever that is.
14 total.
Thank you.
78, 82.
Okay.
That does help.
Lovely. All right. Okay. Alarian did the thing. Dropped the stuff. With the stuff. Yep. Okay. That leads us to Nisiana then, with Rowan on deck. Okay. Nisiana, what would you like to do?
I'm hasted. Now, how does that work again?
So when you get hasted, it means that your effective move speed is going to be doubled. In fact, let me get the thing up. So, right.
I have put the thing in the thing.
Yes, thank you. So your target speed is doubled, +2 bonus to AC. You have advantage on dex saving throws, and you get an additional action on every one of your turns. So in Merime's case, she used it to take a attack, like a second attack action. You could also disengage or hide or dash or use an object, or you could attack twice if you wanted to do that. Also, important to note that when the spell ends, the target can't move or take actions until after its next turn, because it's like,
you're exhausted.
Yeah, used to be in the old days, haste would also age you. Like in the first or second edition, I forget which it was.
You aged a year.
Yeah, aged a year.
So if I want to get to right next to Mia Tanton, how is that?
15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 50, 60. What's your normal speed?
Your speed is doubled, so that means you can make it to Tanton without
25,
that.
Doubled is 50, a double move is 100.
Yeah, so if you're 50, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30,
and dashing.
45, 40, 45, 50. I would say that you could, here's what I'm going to allow you to do, Nisiana. You can get here if you make I'm going to have you make a check to get on top of this table. So you basically have to either leap on, or you can also imagine it as rolling under the table, however you want to. But either way, it's an obstacle to you. If you make the check, I'll allow you to treat it as if it were just normal terrain, and then you'll be able to get here, which is where 50 feet would bring you.
Does my halfling nimbleness come into this at all? I can maneuver through space. Oh, no, it doesn't. Never mind.
I think that's more characters usually more than it is.
Okay, so I have to make a what roll?
Acrobatics I would take if you have it. Otherwise, dexterity.
I'm just going to go with dexterity. So.
We have advantage on Dex.
But,
Oh, but I have advantage on Dex, so I will roll it again.
that was awesome. It's 17.
So I'll take the 17.
You have advantage on Dex. It sounded like he was setting up for just an awesome now I'm gonna sing the song of combat. Like you have advantage.
So put
But-
me there.
Yeah, you would
17
take
is
the
enough.
17. You would take the 17 anyway because that's advantage on Dex saving throws, not
Oh,
check.
okay.
So it would have to be the
All right.
first one.
Classical.
So-
That's funny. Oh my god. Yeah. So you
So
do
that's
make it up there.
there.
You're actually one square behind that. You're right here.
Okay.
And that's
So
with me
my-
assuming you cut off 5 feet of stairs, but I'll allow it.
So then I can do one more action.
Yeah, that was your move action.
Okay.
So yes.
And all right, there's two things I want to do.
Okay.
Tell me if I can do them.
Okay.
With one, I want to shoot the guy with the fake flame wind with my crossbow.
Okay.
Second one, I want to shift so that I can see through the doorway, because I figure as soon as I see Elf Lady, I'm gonna throw a spell at her.
I don't think you can do that. What you did with your haste was you used the dash to be able to get up to this spot, which is great, and you wouldn't have been able to get there without it. Now, though, you have an attack you have another action remaining to you, so you can
So
either
I can't
shift.
move in
Right,
until
exactly.
the
You
next-
can shift, which would act as like a double move, and then that would be your turn, or you can attack.
Okay, I'm actually gonna crossbow this dude. I have one. It's still attached to my belt.
Okay.
Oh, it's not magical. I will tell you that right up front.
Okay.
Light crossbow. But it's a 16 and I am good.
Yes. Okay, a 16. Okay, so a 16 hits. Go ahead and roll your damage.
8 points of piercing.
As Flamewind looks down at this thing, she takes a paw and casually picks out your bolt and drops it to the ground. You don't seem to have done any damage at all.
Oh well.
Oh, it's not a magical
it has to be
weapon.
magical.
Yep.
It has to be magical piercing. Damn it. Well, I don't have any magical bolts or anything, but future Lisiana will make sure she has some.
The information is valuable. Okay. Still, you got up there, Nisiana. Good stuff.
Yeah. Could you,
Yes, I did move it, I think, right? That should be
Yeah.
there. Okay, Rowan, you were up. There's a lot of crazy stuff still happening.
Indeed, I'm gonna move here. I am aiming for the staircase, but I'm trying to provide cover first and foremost.
Okay.
And I'm gonna shoot with sunshine.
Shoot.
Please don't miss. Well, you know what? Screw that. Tides of
King.
chaos.
It's tides of now you use tides of chaos. And if you steal my sunshine. Hey, 17.
Oh, nice. Okay, there you go.
8 piercing.
You are, however, a good character, correct? And sunshine
Right, so this is the
is
thing that I want to
magical.
qualify. I'm actually chaotic neutral. I'm sorry.
Oh, all right. So, right. I was not sure about that. Okay, so then, yes. Still is going to hit. But let me then, what was the thing that you did before? Oh, it was an additional 3,
Yeah, it
right?
was that. Yeah, that was just.
All right, okay.
freaks, yeah.
I've adjusted that. Okay, but this does hit,
Yeah.
and it does take all of that damage nonetheless, and she's not happy about it. Okay, you moved there, and you still have a little bit of movement left if you wanted, but it sounded like you wanted to stay, like, in
Yeah,
this
I'm gonna
proximity.
I'm gonna touch this staircase, but I'm not going up yet.
Okay. All right. That is going to lead us to Zodor Tarev, who's looking somewhat the worse for wear after last turn, is going to attempt to attack. Not good rolls for one Zodor Tarev. He curses, and actually, let me see. He curses, and then you see he says, "Ah," and he kind of growls. And I would say that Tantin, who's looking over and has been aiming, so Tantin can see, and also probably Larian's a little occupied, so no. But Tantin, you're able to see that Zodor's hair grows slightly longer. Maybe his nose becomes slightly more pointed. You can see his claws sort of lengthen a bit. and he suddenly takes another attack with blinding speed. This one hits, actually.
Yeah, he said to beef up.
Yeah, shifter.
Yep. Okay. Right. Hits her for a little bit. Okay. And then we have Sky Blue. All right, Sky Blue. Oh, so now, yeah, no, Sky Blue's still going to try to attack.
Yeah, we're just saying stuff, but she can't understand it, obviously.
You'll be happy to know, though, that she misses both times, fortunately for you. So that works out.
Okay.
So you just see, like, this, like, knife thrust, and you're like, damn it. I'm sorry, Ilarion. I'm preparing myself for a much more brutal attack next time. This time we won't miss him. It'll be totally... Okay, she doesn't say all that. You're like, no, Ixnay on the hit thing, A.
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
That brings us back up to the top of the round with Flamewind. Okay, so let's see. Flamewind on this turn is going to... Okay. Is going to reach out to you and is going to attempt to claw you twice, Marame.
Okay.
The first one is going to be a critical miss. The second one, though, is a 25.
Oh, with my +7 flourish +2 from haste, it is a miss.
It is a miss. Very nice. Okay. And Flamewind is obviously not pleased with that. And says, you're making a terrible mistake. Okay. Antonua is going to, is going to reach out and touch someone. Okay, and is going to try to do that to Zodor again. Ooh. And is going to hit twice.
4 points.
Okay. That means only hits once.
Yes. Yep.
So, okay. Again, this flare. Again, Zodor gives out a shout of pain, and Zodor is looking very messed up now. But probably, given that, would have been very dead if you had not just done what you did. Okay. That is going to be it for Antonua, I think. Okay. Now, the guy, so the creature looks at you. You've dropped, sort of dropped your weapons, dropped the shield, and looks at you and says, I saw you staring up at the stars. Are you one who has wandered the world of the dark sky as I have?
I have wandered the universe for ages immemorial. I have lost count of the years I have spent among the stars. That is my home. I am only visiting here.
What then would you do to save your friends?
She must die. And that must die. Well, I know it's something. I'm pointing in the general direction. I know it's out there.
It nods and says, there is always a cost.
Are you looking at me or someone else?
No, looking at you.
Oh, then it will be paid.
No. Don't make deals with devils. Don't make deals with devils.
And
We do not know what the cost is.
We've got this. We've got this.
And it looks at you.
Oh, I'm looking. Well,
Looks at you and nods and says, then the stars are with you. And walks away from you. And Sky Blue honestly is so stunned that she's not going to take her attack of opportunity because she's like, what the hell just happened? Like, is just sort of staring at you.
She didn't understand it.
Yeah, exactly. Just wanders away and then is going to bring... And Antonua is like, I command you. And the creature says, another has paid a cost you could not. And brings its mace down with furious anger and vengeance upon this thing, upon Antonua. Ooh, ow.
I kind of like the sound of that.
Yeah. Okay. Crunches into Antonua. Let's see if Antonua makes her No, she sure doesn't. She goes prone. And so she hits the ground prone. Okay. All right. That's going to lead us to... that is going to lead us to Merime. And Tanton is on deck. Merime, what would you like to do? You were... I think I have a sense, but...
Yeah, I like hitting, but I'm going to ask first, like, because both Tanton and Nisiana have said that this is not Flame Wind. So I'm going to ping telepathically and say, you're not Flame Wind. Who are you?
She does not have a link with you anymore. When you broke that
that's true.
thing... Yeah.
Then I'm just going to say it out loud. Like a true person with a voice.
And she says, find your own answers.
I'll find them in your
Okay.
corpse. And then I stab.
Okay. Go ahead and do so.
Oh my god.
Wow. Again with the 2.
Look,
Can I recommend, Marie, you not roll 2s? I just want to...
Okay.
In my experience, that's not usually... what you
Unless
want.
it is immediately followed by a 0. You're welcome to roll 20s all you want.
I'll try that next. How's that?
Oh
5.
my-
How's that?
Well, that would technically
16
hit.
will
16.
hit. Yes.
Oh, good. Good.
And so we're looking at, what is that, 14?
14.
More
And
than
I'm
that.
going to flourish.
Yep.
Because a 5 is kind of a 2 in a mirror. So
So 6.
Okay, that's your AC. Okay.
Yeah, that's my defensive flourish.
But you got haste, though.
You get to hit again.
I am hitting again. Don't you worry. Am I hitting you?
Mm.
Crying out loud.
Nope.
I'm changing color again.
Yeah, I think you need to. Pink is not your color.
That
Red
was,
is
for
the
those of you at
color
home,
of
was
blood.
a 15.
There you go.
Which is not enough. Okay. Yeah, seriously, good grief. Okay. So I assume you're staying, but having said that though, Flamewind looks to be in very rough shape. Merime, are you doing anything else? Or you're staying where you are is what I wanted to ask.
I'm going to say what I am. I'm going to say you can talk or you can die. Your call. Either way, you're not moving.
Okay. We will see what's is said in a moment.
Flies away. Damn it.
Yes, I can- Then I leave. Okay. Tanton, you're up. Alarin's on deck.
Seeing Alanis Morissette get knocked to the floor, Tanton is just like, and he looks back towards Flame Wind.
Mm-hmm.
For those of you listening at home, those were heavy air quotes. And so he looks down at Nisiana, and just all of a sudden his arms just light up with his dragon mark tattoo, and he just sweeps his finger along the bridge of her crossbow. And very much like when Frodo has been handed the ring and the script appears, just runes just light up down the side, and he's like, try it now. Oh, like this. And he's going to turn, because that was a bonus action.
Yeah.
To make it a magic weapon.
Yeah.
So because it uses my intelligence modifier, she is now at +5/+5.
Ooh, nice.
For her
Outstanding.
attacks.
You can only do
And-
one of that at a time, though. Like, right?
Well, let me put this thing in the thing so
Got
that we can, because it is not spell casting.
I was like-
Spell smith. That's the one. I can only do it once per long rest, but it lasts for an hour, and I don't have to concentrate.
Okay.
Nice. That's cool.
Cast the magic weapon spell. Ah, so the other one does stay up then, right? Because this isn't like it's not what it. Yeah. Nice, outstanding. Spellsmith.
Oh yes.
Does it also does it have a Aerosmith corollary? So you could be like, shoot this way, shoot this way.
If only.
Wow.
See, I thought you said Aerosmith, like ARR.
Well, I was thinking Aerosmith. Yeah, I was like,
As opposed to whatever. I'm going to shoot Flame Wind. Flame Wind. There we go. The heavy
Flame
thing.
Wind. Yeah.
Yes. Preparation H. Make up your mind.
Unreal. Oh my God, that's a 14 is a miss. Unbelievable.
+5 for Flash of Genius. Wait, let me double check that.
Can you? Yeah, I was gonna say.
I need to make sure, because if it's a bonus action, I can't do it. Where are you, Flash of Genius?
Aerosmith, the best band west of Salvation.
Exactly.
Exactly, Prince Jessica.
Using my reaction, which is not a bonus action.
But you can use your reaction on your turn. reaction is in charge of someone else doing something,
That's
right?
true. That's true. That's
Yeah,
true.
so sorry,
That's
buddy.
true.
Yeah.
So no, that one doesn't hit. But
This one might.
this one,
Will.
like,
Aerosmith with the song "Dude Looks Like a Flame Wind."
natural.
Ah!
So funny.
31 with the critical hit. All right, let's talk about max damage on this, shall we?
Yeah, sure, okay. I don't remember what it is, but it's well, it's right there. I guess I could just look. It's 1d8 plus 5, so that would be 16 plus 5 plus 1. So 16 plus 6 is
22.
okay. 22 points.
Okay.
of piercing.
When this strikes, and it actually strikes through Flamewind's throat, and you see it sort of like sway back and forth, and then it falls over and it says, "This won't be the end when we find you." And you see the body of Flamewind almost melt away, and what you are looking at now is an orange-furred body. It is unquestionably a Rakshasa, and it is indeed the same Rakshasa you think that you fought all the way back in Sharn. And
Yet again, I did not touch it once.
yes,
And I'm like, oh yeah, you.
And
As soon as hearing that, Jan is like, "Wait, is this the one you guys fought at the university?"
That's totally him.
Oh.
Although I don't know because I'm totally not paying attention over there. So we'll talk about
So-
that later. Yeah.
So yeah, Tanton turns around and looks at Alanis and is like, "Your friend is gone."
and she's like, "Isn't it ironic?" And says, "Okay,
No, none of the things you listed in that stupid song were irony. And
oh man, okay, all right, good stuff, Tanton. So
with my movement,
Yes.
I will step in here. This far, no further.
okay, no further. Right, all right, that's going to lead us to Alarian, actually.
She's prone now, right?
She is prone, yes.
Yes,
Ah,
she
I'm
is.
Yeah, she
gonna
is.
Frickin' kill something here today, damn it.
Yes!
Because I'll tell Zodor to step back. All
Okay.
right, and I believe a prone gives advantage on rolls, right?
Melee attacks.
Mhm.
And disadvantage on ranged.
Unbelievable. A 2 and a 3.
I'm really sorry, but that doesn't
Second
hit.
attack.
Wait,
Can you
Oh,
do
come on!
Wow. Okay, wait, go ahead. What is the weight about?
if I
What
hit
was
Flash of Genius for this, does it apply?
I
Because
don't.
that's my reaction.
Yeah, do it.
Can you do well?
Because it's his reaction. On
Isn't
my
that like
turn.
an intelligent? But I
Let me.
yeah. Let's confirm.
ability check or saving throw? I'm not sure if an attack counts as that.
Yeah, I mean,
That's all right. I'm gonna roll a freaking spirit die on this.
yeah.
anyway.
It's not. It is not. Definitely
Okay,
not
okay,
something.
all right.
I'm a,
Thank
I
you,
think,
I
I
forgot
think
about
this one might be close enough to actually tag her at least once, for God's sake.
Hmm.
It's ridiculous.
Let's see.
That
So that's a
makes
total of.
In 18.
Yes, that will hit.
God! Just unreal.
Come on. Yeah.
Damage is 8.
Okay. All right. She's starting to look pretty messed up too. Okay. Right. You made your attacks. You're staying where you are.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Nisiana, you are up.
Okay, so I come in, I move in.
You see this big dude there.
I see the big dude. I see Alarian. I see Zodor.
Yep, you sure do. And Sky Blue up to the right.
At this point, since I don't think Zordor is attack. Well, I don't know if he's attacking or not, so I can't say he's actually now protected by my aura.
Mm-hmm.
But the moment I figure out he's not, he's on our side. He's protected by my aura. But I want to call her Antigone, but that's the wrong one.
Antinua.
Antinua is on the ground, and I have this newly. I'm hasted, right?
Yep.
Still,
So,
yeah.
Can I shoot her twice?
Yeah, because you just moved in with it. Yes, absolutely.
I'm going to attempt to shoot her twice.
Shoot
So-
her.
So add 5 to this. So 19. So the first one hits, I think.
Okay. You said 19 will hit.
Well,
yes.
it's actually 24.
So 19 would hit also, but yes.
No.
Exactly. It somehow loops around and now suddenly doesn't hit.
So
yes, that does.
Damage on that is 7 plus 5, so 12.
Okay. Yep.
And the second time, dirty 20?
Yep.
Oh, 25, so yes. And 10 points piercing.
Okay.
And magical. Both of them.
When you strike her with that, actually, by the way, I had to say, because you're shooting her, all of those needed to be at disadvantage. You get disadvantage on ranged attacks when someone is prone. So
okay.
I do need to have you. So let's say one of those would have hit because you were disadvantaged, right? So
that's the first one.
Yeah. So let's make one for the second one.
So 12 piercing, and let me do the second roll. Disadvantage. 13.
13 will not hit.
Oh, 13 plus 5, sorry.
18. Oh, so 18?
Yeah. Because I've got
the weapon is plus 5.
Because it already...
That doesn't stack on your dexterity. His replaces yours. I don't think you can do that and stack it up on there. Can you?
Okay,
is that a thing that happens with this magic?
5 plus 5 work?
Well, that's true. If you're using, because you made it into a magic weapon, right?
Yeah.
So it's using... No, it might stack because you're using your own dexterity to fire it, and then you're using the intelligence operates as a bonus to that. So it would I think it would do it. It was 13 plus 5, and then you said so this roll that you have here is without the plus 5, is what you're saying from him.
Correct.
It's your own plus 5, but not him. Okay.
Correct.
So 18. Okay. Yes, then that would hit.
Okay, so then this one does. This is 11 points plus 5.
Okay.
So 16 points of damage.
So when you hit her, and you strike her, she sort of, clutches at her shoulder. We've hit her, there's blood pouring out, right? And she kind of struggles to get up, then falls back, struggles to get up. And she looks at all of you and she says, I'm sorry, my love. I have failed you, but my curses remain. And she falls to the ground and expires. And as she does so, the creature with the mace turns to Alarian and bows to you and says...
I bow back.
And says... And this says in... Yeah, Celestial. Says in Celestial, we will remember. You will be told when the cost must be paid. And then nods and disappears in a flash of light. And as we stop the combat music, you are all sort of looking at each other. Sky Blue kind of wanders over slowly, unsteadily a bit in this direction. And Zodar Tarev, who looks pretty hurt, sort of glances around at all of you and says, none of you can ever make a normal appearance, can you? It's a good thing for you someone pays attention to those that aren't the ways they're supposed to be. And we are out of combat. We're not, however, quite out of Stonefire yet. I will give you an opportunity to take a look around at the creatures around you. You can see that Antonua has a very impressive-looking shield, and you can both explore her, and if you wish, the body of the Rakshasa is still outside.
Oh, yes.
I need to heal people, though. So that's what I'm focusing on, is healing people.
Okay.
I rush up the staircase with my gun still drawn.
Come flying in there.
I'm stabbing the Rakshasa. Make sure it doesn't stand again.
Wait, I need some of those pieces.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like you're just hearing Merrimack carving up this Rakshasa like it's
squish.
monster.
Stab,
You
stab,
made
stab,
me
stab.
stab my sister.
Yeah.
You're not getting up again.
Does
So,
Spanner reappear?
No.
oh,
Ah!
uh-oh.
That was
we-
up on the death of
Did
the
the
caster.
Rakshasa banish Spanner? Do we need a 9.2 now? What number are we at?
I think we're at
No,
Four. This would
Chant is
be-
very
this
clear.
would be-
It's not 2.0. It's always just the same one.
That was be 4.0. If you have to start from scratch, it's a new iteration.
Okay. So, as Zodor sort of like, kind of like first of all, you can all do what you want to do in terms of trying to investigate anyone you want to investigate in this warehouse, but then we'll talk about Zodor one way or the other. I am going to get rid of this Aura of Life because it's going to be past that 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yes.
So
Okay.
I will
I will let everybody else do things, but I immediately want to harass Sooner Tara.
who needs
Okay.
to be healed?
Zodor.
I'm good.
Right now.
I'm good.
What about
Okay.
you, Alarian? How bad are you?
I'm 82 out of 114. It's not terrible.
How
So,
far
he is
down-
seriously hurt, though.
I know, but if I used a heal on him,
I mean, I'm sure he'd feel better.
well, I'd have to use it at 7th level because I don't have a 6th level left. So, if he looks like he's about to die, I will, and he's not quite got a PC glow, but I'm still going to give him. How does that work if I use heal at a higher level? Well, I think he just gets 70 points back.
Okay, so what's the total?
70.
Okay, 7-0.
7-0.
Okay, to
Overloads him and he explodes.
Zodor. Yeah, exactly. Too much health. Zodor sort of takes this and kind of, you can see. Thank you.
I mean, he damn well better feel better after that.
Old
Yeah.
dragon just goes to him.
And
And-
Nisiana gets 5.
Right, I do. Hey, I actually got hurt, so actually, technically, I get 9.
So that should put you back up to full, I think.
Yes, it does.
And Zodar says, thank you. It's probably worth... he's still like kind of sore a little bit. It's probably worth all what I ended up doing. If you had ever told me I was going to end up... And then he sees you, Rowan, and he's like, yes, I suppose you were going to show up too. And he's looking at
One
you as you
good
come
turn
to the-
deserves another, after all.
I told you that there were going to be things that you were dealing with you didn't understand. And it almost killed you.
Several times, but who's counting?
You know I'm accustomed to dying. Never
Gets
stopped me
better.
from making a good bet yet.
And he kind of looks around at all of you and he says, there are some others that you'll see back at Salvation that we managed to deal with. For example, he says to you, Alarian, Mother Johanna's back. I managed to find her. And thanks to all of you, I've completely blown any cover or respect I can ever have in this town again. Most of them believe now that I'm working for the Claw. And given current events, it wouldn't be surprising to imagine it. I
The
knew there
Claw?
was...
The Emerald Claw.
Emerald Claw. So, yes, what exactly happened to you? We thought you were going to be in, and I named the fortress that we infiltrated to find him, and he wasn't there, and yada, yada, yada.
That was the plan, or it would have been, but I managed to escape. I actually wasn't that far, I don't think, from it when I heard massive explosions, and all of a sudden I saw the thing go up in fire, and the airship that you all had, the Argonth, going off in another direction. Figured that was enough from you, and that you had been done for, but then I heard through the grapevine that you were actually still alive and still working.
Like you, we're also hard to kill.
Apparently. The one that you really have to thank is Hilar. He was the one that, after I managed to get out of the gray and back to salvation, found me. I didn't think it would be easy to do that, but I was tired, exhausted, half dead, and Hilar said he'd been looking for me.
We all have our off days.
And he sort of chuckles at that, coughs a little bit. And an off day counts as an off month, maybe. It's been not the same, honestly, since you first showed up. He stands up slowly. At salvation. And then all of a sudden, half the elves went crazy, and he kicks the corpse of Antinoa. And then this one showed up. He says, I only just heard there was something going on with her. But the one I was really most worried about was the claw. I found out about a meeting. Didn't know who it involved, but I had a hunch. And at that point, I figured this was my only chance. I never wanted to be part of this town's... It doesn't deserve salvation, but... He kind of gestures helplessly, and Sky Blue is sort of looking at him, quizzically a bit, and he says, well, you've saved more people that should have been saved than I would have expected, I guess. And I've had enough of everyone just attacking. If anyone's going to destroy salvation, I'll do it. And he kind of points at himself angrily. And he says, and I've had enough of everyone else trying to decide they'll tell us what to do. People in this town ain't worth anything, but, well, the town ain't, but there's some people that might be. So I figured I would... When Sky Blue got captured, I heard about it from my people. I thought I might be able to come into this place. The arrogance of the Emerald Claw, thinking they're the only ones who know about deserted warehouses. So, I waited, and then they kidnapped this one here, and he gestures towards Sky Blue, and I figured my time would come. And it almost did. Twice. And he kind of shakes his head and his features recede back to his normal, non-shifterish features. And he says, that's about all I know. But that out there, and he kind of gestures out the open door where you can see Tantin standing next to Merime, who's continuing to stab repeatedly into the body of this very dead.
Tantin is basically
tearing off
directing her.
limbs.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Carve out this, I'll need that, and yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's what
this
Tantin
part.
is doing. Tantin is dismembering this thing and taking parts of it. And he's,
He says, you might want to find out what's on it before you fillet it.
I looked at Tantin.
Do you want to search it?
Yes.
Okay, it might have something fun on it.
Okay, so
He's already got one of the creepy backwards thumb hands off, and he sticks it into his
I
bag
pull
of
up
holding.
the really tattered clothing. Do I see anything interesting, Greg?
I mean, you see really, really ripped apart and tattered things for sure. But you also see, let's see, there is a ripped and torn, what looks like a symbol of some kind underneath a flap of its cloak. But you've done quite a number on it, Merime.
Does anyone have mend? Can anyone use mend on this?
What is it? I can come downstairs and mend something. What am I mending?
It's like a piece of fabric and it has a symbol on it. I might have cut it a bit too much.
I can mend it.
Let's see.
Anything else that I need to mend? Just stick it in this pile and I can do it all at once.
We call it therapy.
When Nisiana comes out, I start to just prestidigitate some of the blood off me. Splatter it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I hand her the broken, very stabbed through symbol.
All right, I'm going to show you what this image is. Let's see. you see, I'm going to show this on Roll20. Just bear with me here.
Okay, thank you.
But this is in studio. Okay.
I love it when bad guys wear symbols.
Okay. When it's put back together in more or less the condition that it started in, this is the symbol that you see. And that is the symbol of the Emerald Claw. You don't need a check to
So
know
that is not Roll20, but okay.
Didn't I say? Oh, I'm sorry. I beg your pardon. I'm so sorry. Yes, on stream is what I meant to say. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
On Twitch. I beg your pardon.
Oh,
We're going up against the Grinch.
it looks. I'm guessing
It's the lime green paw.
That's the emerald claw
Yeah.
symbol.
They have a weird definition of claw.
right.
I'm just going to say that.
Look, they just can't draw, okay? They can do
I think
whatever
it should.
they
Well-
I think it should be the
No
emerald
one said the
paw.
claw.
You have to
no
look
one said
in-
the claw couldn't be disfigured.
Well, also, you have to look inside the claw. If you look inside the claw, you see inside the paw, like the
Twiggy branches.
yes,
thingies.
yes.
Right, pretty much exactly.
All right, wait. If
Did
I
your
do
heart
like,
go 3 sizes that day?
what if I? All right, look. How about that? Haha! Now it's
I
much
pull
more.
out the heart. No, it's got cut in 5 pieces, but it's not work.
How's that? More impressive. See, even more
Kinda. I mean,
Okay.
there it's claw-esque. Yeah, I'll give you that.
claw-like.
It looks
that
like
one.
it's something like a green flame or something.
does,
Is that
yeah.
what you're
Yeah.
trying to
Yeah.
go for?
Oh, is it a green flame?
Oh, but we know it's the symbol of the emerald claw.
It does look like the
She
symbol
has
of
told
the
us
emerald
that.
claw.
Yeah,
Right.
we've seen it before.
Right.
I mean, and this was early in Karnak's hench Rakshasa. I believe.
Yes, if and of course you all, I would say that most of you would be aware at this level that Rakshasas are extraordinarily powerful creatures
Well, now I know.
that are demonic in nature and that they are incredible badasses. And I will also mention for the benefit of the audience that Rakshasas also literally ignore spells from 6th level and below, and I mean just ignore them.
That's
But they are
brutal.
really affected by magical piercing weapons used by good characters, which Merime happens to be.
Stabbing everything forever from now on.
Every
Yes.
time we meet a new NPC,
Just in
Mary
case.
just one strong thrust to the gut.
But it's okay, I'll roll a 2 every time anyways.
Yeah, I know, really.
Magical arrows.
So yes, that's what you find on that. The other thing I want to mention is this cloak that it's wearing. So this was that was basically like a flap underneath its cloak. But in addition to that,
I don't know. I think it should have been a T-shirt. I joined the Emerald Claw, and all I got was this lousy T-shirt, this lousy tunic.
okay, right. When you were stabbing at this thing, you notice Merime, and actually Tantan certainly notices it because you're standing right next to her, that the cloak does not seem to be torn by this assault. The skin of the beast, the body of the beast is clearly affected by this assault a whole lot. The many things about the creature, but the cloak is not.
What do you think about that, Tenton?
And he's like just sitting there with one of his knives, just waiting for you to finish. And he's got like several of his tools just laid out, and he's like, I can figure out what it is later, but I need to gather these pieces
Before they spoil.
Do you want me to cut something else off? Or
No.
is...
But I can identify this later on if you are willing
just-
to wait.
If it resists piercing damage, it could be interesting to lace it upon Nisiana so she stops getting stabbed by the Emerald Claw.
It
But
depends
I will.
on some of its details. It could harm anyone of good
Oh,
persuasion.
oh, good point. I'll let you do your thing, and I'll just kind of lean against the wall and look kind of satisfied as I clean my sword.
Yeah, and he just goes back to removing the other hand, taking out the eyes, the heart, the tongue.
Yeah.
One of the eyes might be hard to find, just to be real clear.
Charming.
It's still on the end of her rapier. It's like,
Whoops.
Get those whiskers. Get those whiskers.
Oh yeah, Tiger Whiskers are great.
Arv, I'm gonna search the body of what's her face. I mean, set the shield aside. That's kind of a given. Was there anything else on her?
Yes. There is also, she is also has a ring, a golden ring around her finger.
Okay. Pick that up. Just an ordinary looking ring? Nothing special about it? I'm not putting it on. I'm not putting it on.
I was going to say, like,
that. No,
it's,
no.
you know, trial and error. You
got
don't,
someone
you
who
don't
can
know.
identify these things. Yep, all right,
It looks like a very nice ring.
Yeah. That shield, how big was that shield?
It is a very good size shield. Really? It's a very good size shield. I would say it's probably not like tower size.
But that's mine. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, the shield is.
I carry a tower shield, dude. Yes.
Right. So it's not as tall as your tower shield.
But it's large. It's pretty big.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
I'll get. Hopefully, if it's got magic on there, who knows? I mean, and then I look over. Rowan, you're still stayed exactly where you've been, right? You haven't moved it yet.
Wait, what's that?
You haven't moved from where you are on the map, correct? You haven't gone anywhere yet?
No. Like I'm literally spending this entire time just kind of looking very awkwardly at Zodor.
And I tell you, I kind of wave at you and tell you to kind of like turn around. And when turn around, look behind you.
I turn around. I see the safe. I immediately start cracking.
The mark of a well-oiled party. Yep. Okay.
Sleight of hand works for this, doesn't it? No.
No, we're looking at it'll be a regular dex check, although I would love to see if you had some thieves tools. That would be super useful for this.
What tools do I have?
Someone doesn't Trend has some, I think.
I do too.
Oh well.
I'm
Right,
not
I don't have
The two people with
thieves,
him are on the
this
other
guy's
side of the
in.
warehouse. Yeah, exactly. That's funny.
So let's just do the bear dex, which I'm actually not very strong in.
If I know what you're doing, I'll inspire
16.
you.
Okay. So then this was
And I will just idly spend 2 sorcery points out of nowhere to just bend luck anyway.
Okay. Okay, so you want to add to that, you mean? I think you just rolled this dex save, but it's okay.
Oh, shucks.
Works out probably to the same. So we're looking at a
Plus
20.
4 is 20.
And this was to open, right?
Yes.
Okay.
We need
Because as you... Yeah, well, not exactly. But, so when you open it, you do manage to open it, but you also hear a click. And something thunk, embeds in your torso.
It's a telephone pole.
Oh, damn it.
Okay, wait. Let's qualify some things first. A reminder that I am observant. Is there anything I would have noticed before the thing happened?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you're focused on, I believe you are focused on picking the lock,
Fair.
not necessarily on checking for traps, right? So yes, unless you have something where you're like bend poison needle, I would be happy to take that.
Yeah, no. I'll just take that to the chest, I guess. It hits me. I look down. I immediately return my focus to the safe.
Wow. Okay. You are going to take
Like
6.
people see blood dripping from my mouth. I'm like, let's just see what's inside here first.
Okay.
Just a scratch.
It's 50. So first of all, you're going to take 16 points, 16 points of poison damage there. And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
59 con save. See,
And then
con's
it's only
good.
fair you didn't take any damage during the fight, so
15.
Okay.
I'm
So yes,
enjoying this.
you feel something like kind of this burning kind of sensation at the spot of where you were hit, but you managed to and you sort of I imagine that you sort of like pick the needle out and sort of drop it on the ground as you're like feeling this to see what's inside the safe.
Yeah, it hits me. I take out my I stop touching the lock and go, this is better than buckshot. And I just start opening the door.
I mean, he's not a rogue. Let's be honest, folks.
And yet.
So inside the safe, you find a one simple scroll, basically, that is tied up with and is in a scroll case, I should say, inside the safe.
Unroll it.
The scroll case and unroll it.
Okay.
Did you enjoy the needle?
Yeah, I was gonna say you were blasted. No. Yeah, well, we didn't realize this Rowan is made up of 90% poison. This is that's where I live. When you open the scroll case and you open and take out the paper that is within it, there is a line there of there is a sheet that basically seems to be laying out what look like, if you had to guess, directions might be the best way to put it. And I'm going to explain what those are here. Give me 1 second here. Okay. What this appears to be is what looks like a map, directions to, and then a very simple map of what is described underneath as underneath the map of a sanctuary, and is what it says, sanctuary underneath. And then in parentheses underneath that, it says, this is all handwritten, this map. It says, Daelkyr, that's Daelkyr, question mark. And then it says on the top of, above that little, list of things, on top of the map, it says Metrol. Now, one of you knows.
Metrol?
Metrol. You all know. Now, so far, you're the only one who's seen it, Rowan, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Rowan, Metrol.
I am reading this aloud, and then I just roll the scroll back up, and I hand it immediately to Ilarion.
All right. So, Tanton, how do you react when you hear Metrol?
I'm not sure if I'm close enough to hear it.
Oh, well, that's true because you're on the other.
There.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay. So when you that's a good point. So when you're reading, it's the people inside the room. When you say Metrol, Sky Blue and Zodor sort of both look at each other, and Sky Blue goes pale and says, Metrol. Rowan, Metrol was the capital of Seer, Tantin's hometown.
I don't know this. I'm too busy taking the arrow out of my chest.
I'm still down. I can't.
I don't notice that this bothers anyone at all.
Well, okay, sounds good. So you read it out loud. They said that. Alarion, you would know that too.
I was about to say I would.
So would Nisiana. That's not. I mean, that's not.
Nisiana's down with her sister.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that. I got to move the token down so I can.
Sorry,
that's okay.
I went down to do the mending.
It's all good.
And much like the rest of Seer, the city was obviously destroyed.
You got it.
Oh yeah.
Obliterated.
So.
Okay.
So Daelkyr Sanctuary, and it was in a safe belonging to the Emerald Claw.
It's a map.
Yes, a simple one.
Location. Yeah.
A simple one. Yeah.
I mean, I don't have eyebrows. I can't look puzzled, but I'm just like, I'm gonna take this scroll and tuck it away and say nothing right now.
Tantin, when you're done sort of tearing up the body or doing whatever you're doing with it, like collecting the pieces, are you doing anything with like the cloak or the anything else? Like, doesn't seem to have any weapons, by the way, the Rakshasa. Yeah, exactly. Why need weapons?
Since Mary mentioned the cloak specifically and wondering what it does, he's gonna start. He's gonna take it over to the table, lay it out, and begin to ritual cast Identify.
Lovely. While you're doing that, Alarion, you still have the whatchamacallit, right? The
shield and the ring?
The ring, shield and the ring, yep.
Yep, and I hear those tones, I know what he's doing. He gets to fly down there and lay the shield in the ring next to the cloak.
I'm sitting here. I'm having trouble figuring out why I can't move my token because I keep trying to drag it and move. I'm looking at the stream, not at the... Yeah.
Where's your problem?
That works a lot better. There we go. Yeah.
Okay.
So while that's happening,
Yeah,
I
Ron.
just kind of idly approach Zodor and go. So it seems like yet again I'm idly angling into your turf. How long have you been doing the good work instead of the evil one?
He kind of sighs heavily and he says, "All I've ever tried to do is survive best I can and not be hurting people that try to help me survive. So sometimes things get away from you sometimes. You ought to know what that feels like."
I do.
Seems kind of gruff. He says, "I also heard, Rowan, that you've attracted a bit of attention. It's what happens when you hang with these people. But from what I hear, there's
I'm
some
learning
that are,
that.
from what I hear, the ones who are interested in you." And he kind of looks around and then says, drops his voice a bit, "Are you sure you want to get mess around with... It's one thing to deal with these people. It looks like they're actually trying to do the right thing, I guess." He seems, he says gruffly. "But it's another thing to be dealing with shadows." He kind of raises an eyebrow at you.
I take my wins wherever I can get them. That means trying to make more friends than enemies. And if you've seen my ledger, you know I have some balancing yet to do on the friend side.
Are you sure
Which is
these...
why I'm hoping I get to move you to that list.
And he kind of folds his arms and he says, "You and I are square. That's what you deserve and it's what I deserve. But it may be, Rowan, that I'm not going to be the problem. Are you sure that the House of Shadows are friends?"
I am not. But I'm still hoping for some benefits.
And he nods and he says to everyone, "It's not going to be long before Hilar and the rest of his people get here, and by that time I'm going to have to be long gone. And if any of you ever claim that I was here, I'll deny it. Not that they'll find me again." He says...
Is there a story you'd prefer we tell?
"Yes. That you haven't heard from me and you assume that I'm dead in the fortress where you supposedly left me. But," he says, "if you ever do need to reach me, Mother Johanna will be a good contact." And
You
he...
guys have come to an accord.
Oh,
Yep. And he also looks at Rowan and he says, "And also," and he make a no, you're observant. You don't need to actually make this check. You thought I wouldn't get that in. Just only you can see. I think nobody else, even Ilarion right there, wouldn't be able to see this, so expertly is it done. But Rowan, he passes you something, and it appears to be a note. And he says, and Zodor says, "From the shadows, as they say."
I take the note, and in order
It's
to
made of
continue
poison.
concealing it,
Yeah, no.
oh God! In order to continue concealing it, I give him like this forearm handshake.
Yep.
I'd pull him in very close and say, "You said you're only doing what you need to survive. Answer this then. Sky Blue needed saving, and you jumped right in. Was that about you? Was that about her?"
You ought to learn not to ask questions you don't want to hear the answer to. And he, as before he sort of pulls away, he looks at Sky Blue, and then he says, "There are some things that are more important even than survival. But if you ever tell them I said that, I'll shiv you myself." And he turns around and nods, and he says, "Bye-bye, all of you. I imagine we might meet again. And this time, I hope I won't have to save you." And he kind of grunts and then heads off. Okay. Now, meanwhile, back at the ritual casting.
Back at the carved meat of the...
Yes, exactly, at the ritual casting. So if you're going to take the time to be able to identify all of these things, Stanton, then I would say you notice that the shield is a shield +3. It's a +3 shield.
While this is happening, I'm just going to idly tell Ilarion we should get the Oracle so we can prepare to leave. How did we get here again? Did we travel here, or did we...
We had the
We
ship.
We have a ship.
Oh, no, yeah. We could just... Right, we can go back on the ship. Cool.
So again,
panic teleport still.
Arva's a +3 medium shield.
That's right.
Or,
yes.
Or a large.
Oh no. It's not. Sorry, I beg your pardon. It's a large, not a tower. It's a large, though.
No, a large. That's fine.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Sexy. Okay.
The ring is a ring of evasion. Now, a ring of evasion means it has 3 charges, and it regains 1d3 of those charges at dawn. So every dawn you roll 1d4 -1, and then it always gets a minimum of 1, but up to whatever that number is, up to a total of 3. And what it does is when you fail a dexterity saving throw when you're wearing it, you can use your reaction to expend 1 charge from the ring to succeed on the throw instead. Very nice item. And
Desperately needs one of those.
yeah, so there's that. And lest it be said that Arv never gives out good, magic items or anything else. Not only is that the case, but you also have found a very powerful cloak. This is a cloak of displacement. And what a cloak of displacement does is it projects an illusion that makes you appear to be standing in a place near your actual location, which means that creatures have disadvantage on attack rolls against you. Now, if you take damage from an attack despite that, then the property doesn't function until the start of your next turn. So basically, if Marimay's wearing the cloak, someone hits Marimay despite the disadvantage, then everyone else can see Marimay and can hit Marimay as normal until the next turn when it sort of reloads again.
Mm-hmm.
So, cloak of displacement.
It's got really cool kind of dangly bits on the front that look like paws. It's like sleek black fur.
Yeah.
It comes from a displacer beast. It's very neat looking.
Yep. So cloak of displacement, +3 shield, and a ring of evasion, and of course that emerald claw piece.
Digital. Yep.
Yes, and I think since the party is going to have a lot to talk about relating to not only this but also salvation, I would say that as the party is the King's Citadel is preparing to make its way back to salvation proper. Somewhere in the very, very far distance, we see something wink back into existence. And it is a large metal dog, which, lowering its head, snuffles, and then begins to make its unerring way back towards salvation. And that is where we bring Season 4 of Eberron Oracle of War to a close. Good stuff, y'all.
Wow.
That was a big boy combat right there. That was good stuff. And wow, do we have some information? So the Emerald Claw is not done with y'all, and you're not done with them, especially given this reality of what it is that they may be trying to excavate or find or do or something. But whatever it is, there's going to be a lot sort of invested in it. I do want to say on one personal note that I was talking on my Gen GM show about a week ago. I was talking with Zach about our favorite monster that we've never been able to use effectively in combat, and both of us independently, without telling the other, were like, Rakshasa. And I was like, can I tell you how excited I am? Because I'm going to get to use a Rakshasa against my group. And he was just like, that's amazing, because I'm like, I know, spell immunity. And oh my God. And it was, and I it sort of solved a lot of these problems too, because of the whole, and the midway through the fight where Nisiana's like, wait, that's not flame wind. And then it's like, that's not flame wind. That's really, really not flame wind. Rakshasas are super nasty. And in fact, it is a good thing that you had the right combination in Merame, because Nisiana has piercing, but it wasn't magical, although I guess Tantin could have fixed that eventually. Tantin had a magical weapon, but is not good aligned. Merame is the only one who has that combination and was able to do a lot of damage up front.
Plus, I'm super stabby.
That's right.
I just wasn't there. Thank you very much.
You were dealing with your own thing, but I don't think you
do
do
slashing.
You do slashing, not piercing.
You do slashing, yeah.
You put the classic. Put the pointy end in the other guy. It is a sword. It has a point.
I mean,
you can stabby. It's a rape. She has a rapier. I have a sword, but they both have points on you.
Yes.
Anyway,
but
the point being.
So so it's I'm very interested to see what's going to happen in season 5, which is going to begin next week. And by the way, chat, I've already told this many times to them, but the name of season 5 is Engines of War, and the particular adventure, in case people are curious, is called From Dust. That'll be part 1 of season 5. And man, Lord of Blades is out there, Emerald Claw is out there. We're getting things set up. Oh, and also, did I mention you're also level 14? I should also mention that too.
Yay!
You have level to level 14.
Yes.
Yeah.
Level 14 is a good one.
Give me another spell, please.
We also have a cost to. We also have what the cost is to Alarion, and based on that arrangement that he made. And what about Rowan and the House of Shadow? And what about Merame having stabbed her sister? And what about Tantin when he finds out what's going on? Oh my God! So much good stuff.
I need to make a note about the note, so I remember to actually read it when we convene next week.
So let's talk about, but anyway, good work from everybody. I knew this was going to be a tough combat. I knew this was going to be largely based on that combat, but I think it's a good season finale that we put together for people tonight. So good stuff. It's all right. Let me start with John, bottom right. Good stuff from Alarion. Favorite moment for you, obviously, I think was the moment where you did the thing about I've seen you on the mountains, drop the shield, drop the sword. That's a good call. You were up against something that you were going to not be able to hold up against long term. And
I mean, me and Sky could have taken him, I'm sure, but I know.
How much damage did you take collectively in 2 attacks from the thing?
Jeez.
Oh man.
While protecting Zodor, and not even a thank you from that little dick. Jesus.
He was a little occupied.
Because remember, he would have missed me if I hadn't given my 4 points over that.
This is true, but you might have lost Sky Blue had he not taken out some to begin with.
Yeah. No.
But it was very good stuff. And of course, you did manage to, despite the problems with the rolls, you did manage to live up to your name as a tank, as you were going through.
I'm the protector as well.
Exactly. How'd you feel about today? Where will the people find you next?
I just want to say, oh my God, at least it wasn't just me. And I'm sorry for everyone else. Trend did fine, but what the hell? Those rolls were abysmal. Yeah. Anyways. Yes, that was great. I've known Alarion has known Celestial forever. Never got the chance to use it until now.
Yep.
It was hilarious. And of course, that was a great bit, Arv. I really love doing that. Probably won't like so much whatever this cost is they want, but as far as I'm concerned, Alarion is technically maybe immortal. So if it's upon death or something, you can come visit me later. They're not that worried about it because it got the job done. And it is in line with who they are as a character. So it was a very easy choice to make.
Yeah.
It was, I
was not expecting the dropping the shield and the sword. I wasn't sure you were going to do that.
And honestly, I was just taking my cues from you when it sounded like this being was more curious about, yeah, I'm going to beat the hell out of you, but like, why? Why are we doing this? Like, okay, maybe and the very first thought in Ilarian's mind was maybe they can be reasoned with. And that led to the whole conversation.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, by the way, that anyone else could have had that discussion without being vaguely celestial yourself. I mean, like that's the thing, right? Like you were a Starforged. Like you're not. Right. So right. It fits the character in this case.
Yeah, what do you like to say? The story, the character suits the story, or however you mentioned that, where things, that thing that happened way back on, we were level 7 when we did that whole thing, and I passed out for the first and hopefully the last time, because it was very uncomfortable.
And the past is never done with us. That's right.
And then found the mountain and everything, and to bring that back. And then when he said, "I've seen you on the mountain," that was like, okay, well, fighting this thing is pointless, but if I can talk to him and get the conversation going that way, it just completely changed the tenor of the whole encounter. So yeah, it was great. That was a very fitting way, and I don't know what I've signed up for, and I guess we'll find out down the line. I'm sure at some massively inopportune time.
Indeed, we will.
Yep. But yeah, this was great. A very fitting ending to a very hard chapter in this campaign. Oh my God.
Yeah.
But lots of fun. It was great to be back playing, and I think we do it again already next week, right?
Yeah, next week. Next week, season 5.
Okay, cool. Looking forward to it. That'll be great to have 2 sessions back to back. Love it. So yeah. You can find me here, and hopefully, as people have emails started replying, you'll find me more here. Starting, we can work it out next month. And Arv, there's a thing you need to answer on that email too.
Okay.
But hopefully, have a session in December. That'll be great. Pew things, and yes, so it's time to get moving. And as I said in the email, the world needs heroes now more than ever.
Amen.
So let's have some fun with that. So yeah, absolutely.
Good stuff. Thanks, John. I look forward to doing it.
Jen,
very good work again with Nisiana today. Again, the moment that I thought of the most was, obviously I knew that it was going to be a big moment when you got stabbed by Merame. I thought that the choice of then doing harm, and I felt a little bad that because of who you were casting it against, that I couldn't allow the harm to work, but it was really tempting. I was like, maybe I should just bet. I'm like, no, like that's the whole, but it was because when you mentioned the whole thing about the black dragon, and I was like, oh, like that was, there was some good stuff there because of, Nisiana's continued growth one way or the other. So it was cool. Hello, kitten. So that was very cool. My cats have not joined me today. So that was interesting, and I'm going to be very curious too to see what the discussion is going to be like between you and Merame. I don't think there's going to be any how dare you attack me. I think everyone's going to get it, but I am going to be curious to see. It still has to have an effect, though. I mean, regardless in terms of the physical act of seeing what just happened. And so there's going to be a lot, I think, on the mind of Nisiana, I would imagine, to deal with the party and also with her sister. So I'm looking forward to that. But it was good stuff today. I also thought it was funny when the flame strike happened and you were just like, oh, this is not good. Because the person who cast it is like, oh, flame strike again. Oh, yeah, that's not good. How'd you feel?
And I was just like, oh.
Exactly. How'd you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
Well, the fun thing about this was, if I had realized it was the Rakshasa, I would have done the 7th level spell. I would have done it again.
Yeah.
But I didn't know, and I'm like, I just got the point that it wasn't Flame Wind. What more important to her was how her sister was going to see her doing damage rather than healing. She's like, don't think less of me because I'm doing it this.
Yeah.
It's ordered to by my Baron. And also, this is the second time her sister has been charmed. So, yes, come back to me. I actually think Merame is going to be feeling worse than Nisiana, because Nisiana is far more willing to forgive.
That's right. Oh, incidentally, in case anyone's curious, I said that I would mention this. What Merame was actually hit with there is an 8th level spell called Dominate Monster. And dominate monster basically means that you can be charmed for up to an hour, and it will follow this particular action. It will take total control, and it will only do the actions you choose. It would have also, it would have worn out by the end of next turn anyway, because it's really more powerful even than a charm is. But that was, so it was a charm of sorts, but it was also a more powerful one, and it's one of the kind of like when you absolutely positively need someone to do what you tell them, like, which is perfect for a Rakshasa, because that's their whole deal, is that they are manipulators and extraordinarily powerful magic users. So anyway.
Also, though, I think it may make her hesitate doing a magic spell to harm and maybe rely on her crossbow, because it's like it feels bad to do it the other way.
Yeah.
But I will tell everybody I will be late to the next game because I am a spotlight author in a local book fair. So I will be in there, and then I will be here at some point. It'll be like, I guess 6 o'clock at least 6 o'clock my time.
Okay.
So I definitely will be late because I forgot, and I was in Canada when we were answering questions, and you know, my sister can Jaeger me, or John can Jaeger me. Otherwise, where am I going to be? I don't know. I have a purring kitten and I have no brain. This is Mimir, and it just makes me happy.
Hello, Mimir.
Nina is very, very, very unhappy. So check out the Shadowrun Mega Bundle, Humble Bundle, and don't forget to check out the other Never Too Old to Save the World, and I will say thank you.
Thanks, Jen. Good stuff. Also, thanks for the kittens. See, chat, it was worth it. Thanks, Jen. Brandon, very good stuff from Rowan today on several levels. That haste was super clutch. It meant that Nisiana was able to do a little bit of work, and in particular, Merime was able to do a lot of work because you, somewhat unwittingly, though, as it turned out, it was a good instinct because Merime was exactly the weapon that you wanted to make super fast and more effective than ever based upon what you were facing. Also, as always, excellent work with, just general use of sorcery, like bent luck, the Tides of Chaos, all of that stuff was very well suited, I think, for things. And also, I should have mentioned, when you did that haste, did we ever get a Wild Magic Surge?
We did not.
Should do that. Why don't we do that just now before I forget?
Yeah, let's just do that now, actually.
See if we turn into butterflies or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Aw,
Bow explodes, killing everyone within 300.
Aw, again?
9.
So not so much.
Yeah, which is noteworthy because the only thing that I get at level 14 is now I get a feature that says whenever I do need to roll on the wild magic table, I roll twice and take the result that I want.
So you now have choice of your wildness. Interesting.
I'm like, I would prefer anything else but this, but all right.
Yeah, that's interesting.
This
Okay.
is going to come in clutch the one time we actually touch the wild magic table. When we hit the net Libram and I have the choice between dying or something.
Yeah, like if you're in big trouble, you're like, let's do this. Yeah, exactly, Triffid. Rowan turns into a Rowan tree. But so very good stuff with that. Also, I was really interested in your interaction both with Zodor, and we've been setting this up for a while, of course, this other connection with maybe the House of Shadow. That is going to be interesting, and there's still stuff that's sort of floating around there in the background that'll have to be dealt with. And in addition to that, the fact that you were the one who read the scroll, maybe not understanding the full implications of it, and Tanton wasn't there, so didn't hear it, but you obviously are still there, and like read this out. So at a certain point, I imagine it is going to occur to Rowan, like, wait a minute, like, this is what this thing is, and if you put, 2 and 6 together, right, you'll eventually figure out like what this is. So that also is interesting to me because of your relationship with Tanton, right, and and you've seen what happened with Tanton in the Gray with the carousel that was cursed and all that. Like, all that stuff is going to be interesting to me. So I'm fascinated about that and the House of Shadow and everything else, and how Rowan reacts overall to this business. Although at least you did seem to settle one debt, which is the debt with Zodor. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
So Rowan is still technically kind of going through it. Suffice it to say that only a day has passed since Stonefire happened, and now we're here dealing with this thing. The guts of our class are lying on this warehouse floor now, being like vivisected like a monster hunter creature by Mermaid, which is fun. Zodor Tarif has revealed to them that even though the both of them are still essentially scumbags, at least they're still capable of some kind of moral value that is actually kind of very renewing to Rowan in this moment. Like, if Zodor Tarif can be a nice guy, what does that mean about me now?
He'd be so mad if you called him nice. he'd be so mad. He'd be like, how dare you? What is that movie that I don't know what? Oh, it's The Rocketeer. There's that moment where they find out that the mob guys figure out that these one thing is like the Nazis, and he's like, I'm not gonna fight for any goddamn Nazi. Like, basically the mob boss like attacks the Nazi because he's like, I'm a criminal, I'm a jerk, but I ain't no Nazi.
Yeah.
Which, you know, given modern circumstances, I think we could all agree with that sort of principle. But anyway, that reminds me a little bit of that. Yeah, he'd be so mad, but yes, it's fair enough.
But like, there is something ultimately very rewarding about discovering that in the shadow of everything that we just experienced, trying to get the Silver Flame out, that I can like witness somebody who previously was an active threat to me.
Yeah.
Who several months ago I didn't want to meet face to face, be morally aligned with me. And a part of me, like, when Rowan asked that question, it was essentially going, surely there are parts of this that are as troubling for you as it is for me, and that's why you are doing this work.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you could just not care.
Yeah.
And the fact that he didn't answer the question is going to mean that I need to annoy Zodor Tarif at some point in the future. So that's also going to be pleasant. But yeah, at some point I do want to, like, the thing that I was angling for before we got into this warehouse fight was for a moment for Rowan and Tanton to be alone so I could talk to somebody, because I'm like, again, Tanton is the only real person that I am willing to be candid with in that regard. And I'm like, I need somebody to help me process the feeling of knowing that the stakes are high and not just being able to just throw the Oracle into Mount Doom. Also, I found this scroll. Do you know what this thing is?
Oh boy. There are going to be some great discussions next session, y'all. You'll not want to miss these.
Oh yeah, that's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Well, keep in mind, you handed it to me, then you left the room. So I have the scroll now.
But like, it's just gonna be so. I found this thing. Tanton has it said something about a sanctuary. Hopefully, you could tell us more things about that, because all I know is if it's a map, it's probably a map of a place that continues to exist. And if it doesn't exist, that's going to be a big deal. But if it does still exist, that's also going to be a lot of trauma. So we'll see how that goes. And of course, I am very excited to get back to Fjarlan and the House of Shadows, and see where that goes. Because at this point, everyone keeps asking us to do things and engage in conflict. And while I do still want to play the long game with Fjarlan, at this point I also do want to ask the question of, well, everybody keeps wanting things from us. At some point, somebody needs to give us something, and you have things to give.
Yep.
So,
yep.
Yeah, it's hard bargain time for Rowan Shallow.
Yep.
At some point you need to ante up, or else you just keep spending money in the game. So yeah, that's me. Hi, I'm Brandon O'Brien. You can find me almost everywhere on the internet at The Rising Tides. That includes the rising tides.beastguy.social if you are also fleeing other social media into Blue Sky. And also my website, which is also my newsletter, which is BrandonO'Brien.xyz. What am I doing? I'm doing all of these things. Greyshade is literally almost done. Greyshade just needs some more world building sections before it can finally be in Greg's email, and then all of you get to see it in all of its glory, and then we actually get to play it.
Yeah.
Yay!
I'm very excited for the thing. I'm working on dozens of things besides, which you will get to see at some point in the very near future. As soon as this stream is over, I am immediately going to go back to work. A reminder that I am the poet laureate for Seattle Worldcon, which is all the way in mid 2025. But I'm letting you know now, so you can definitely make sure to be there because I think it's going to be rad. And yeah, a wonderful way to support me is to buy the games that I have on my itch.io. I made a wonderful thing a couple of months ago called the God of Spite and Violence. So if you ever wanted to play a 2-player RPG where one of you essentially gets to be John Wick and the other of you gets to essentially decide what happens in a scene by shading it in bisexual mood lighting, this is a game that I think you will actually really enjoy. And you can find it on my itch.io page or my Ko-fi. And it's very, very cheap. So if you're looking for a thing to idly kill time with one of your friends or your partner, which I think will be hilarious, playing this with your significant other, definitely check out the thing. We're going to be here next week. Please don't let me die next week. Please save up your inspirations so I can actually be in double-digit HP for an entire month this time. I would appreciate that very much.
Yes.
So yeah, that's me.
Good stuff. Thanks, Brandon. Good work tonight. Moving right up to Marie. Very eventful session for Marimé. Marimé got charmed again. Marimé stabbed her sister. That didn't happen before. Marimé got real mad. Marimé took it all out on Flamewind and then destroyed the Flamewind that was not. Flamewind, right. And freaking, someone said, Mama said knock her out, and did so. And was brutal. In particular, after I hasted Marimé is actually a rather terrifying thing, I think, now that I consider it. So there was a lot going on here, and of course, Marimé will have to come to terms with that, with the charm, with the stuff that found out about the fact that now we've got Rakshasa. And the thing that we were saying before, chat, that was so difficult was during that fight, Alarion and Marimé were basically trying to fight this Rakshasa and company by themselves at a point when they had no shot against a Rakshasa. Like they were like, this is like what 7 levels ago or something. Like
I would like to review that statement and say that Marimé tried to fight the Rakshasa while Alarion was dead on the floor.
That's true, actually. That's true. And eventually was
then
making
you said you were
arrangements
open
about
to employment by
exactly. Wanted to serve because you're like
I gotta switch sides.
And all of this while Tantin and Nisiana were like, what's going, and then they're like riding back to try to get there in time. So, and of course, and Rowan was not there at the time, was not even a part of this. So that's why everyone was sort of talking around it, because we were like, well, Tantin would know what this is, but Tantin wasn't there when this happened. So like there was, anyway.
He could have tried to bribe me. I offered him if ever he had employment.
That's true.
I had to talk my way out of it last time.
True. But again, but you had a chance to get your vengeance upon this thing, and I think more or less we're able to do summary. How'd you feel about, and of course now we got to worry about the Emerald Claw online, but how did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I had a lot of fun as usual. I think it's funny that I keep getting charmed and I am the person who has counter charm as a bardic ability. I could stop this, but I keep getting charmed. So, Marimé currently she's mad that she stabbed her sister, but she knows her sister knows it wasn't her doing. But she wants to know why she keeps specifically getting charmed, because she should be able to resist it. And she's starting to suspect it might be because she's not well connected to the Corey. So she'll figure that out maybe next season, maybe not. We'll see how things go. But I had a great time. I love the haste. Thank you so much, Brandon. It was fun to get to strike 3 times, even though I kept rolling 2. And
You all, given how
That's-
bad the rolls mostly were, that was the other thing. You
It
worked
was-
out, but you know.
It
So-
was amazing.
I'm not going to say that didn't influence my my choice to take the deal the guy was offering, but I'm like, if we don't get some better rolls sooner or later.
We totally had that. I didn't even take one hit. Oh, sure, I got charmed and I stabbed my sister.
But yeah, meh.
Whatever. But yeah. So yeah, I'm curious to see how things will fall next time. Considering Jen will be late, though, we might not discuss anything next session, but we will at some point in the next season, I imagine. She has thoughts about her sister. Being summoning black dragons. She has thoughts about that she would like to discuss with her sister, but another time. And yeah, I'm excited. It was a really good session, and that's it. Those are all the thoughts I have. Thank you all so much. Always a pleasure playing with all of you, and you can find me online, and let's hang out online until we hang out here next week.
Good stuff. Thank you, Marie. And don't forget Marie's and well, it's Marie's, but I'm in it. Also, Story Bundle, which you can check out with, I think it is, ! Story Bundle. Yes, it is. The Never
Thank
Too Old to
you.
Save the World bundle. So make sure that you check that out. That's been doing very well. But if you want to get a bunch of novels, 10 of them actually, at a very low cost, then please do that and support us. The two of us, and of course all the others who are in the bundle as well. And you only have 5 more days to do that, chat. 21st is when it comes to an end, so now's the time. But thank you, Marie. Wait, what is this? Mermaid, the Ring and the Cloak, extra tack flourishes, extra tack. Yeah, exactly. She just becomes basically a Cuisinart, like more or less, just with everything associated with it. Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
I do like stabbing kidneys. I won't lie to you.
kitty.
And eyeballs.
Yes. Oh, eyeballs. Yeah, it's true. You were stabbing in the face. Anyway, good stuff today. Thank you, Marie. Anything you want to mention about anything else? The hangout. You think you said it all, so we're good. But get that story bundle, people.
Did you see my panicked look?
Yeah, you're like,
I
wait,
have
anything else?
something
No,
else? No.
it's all good. Thank you, Marie. Good stuff today.
And one last thing, if we are not healing anybody else, Nisiana earned 4,350 gold for her house healing.
Excellent.
Nice.
Okay, that's good. All right, that leads us last but not least to Trent Sparks, who showed us his awesome sound booth earlier today, which is super cool. Lot going on with Tantin 2. I really did love the turret Tantin there that we had firing back and forth with those two things. Also, being able to do things like enchant the weapon to be magical was super useful. So there was a lot of good stuff happening there tactically. The stuff that started to happen with Flamewind being able to hit Spanner and then Spanner just vanishes and you're like, the hell was that? And things like that. That sort of gave information and clues that the party had to figure out over time. But it was cracking me up that at the very end of that, we get, not the very end, but closer to the end, we get Tantin with, again, doing the thing of like, that's not Flamewind. And Jen's reaction, and Nisiana's reaction is like, I already said that. It's like, no, but really though, I'm telling you, I know this now. It was very funny to me, especially when, as a player, you know how nasty a Rakshasa is in this case. And I'm so curious to see what happens whenever Tantin does find out the contents of that scroll. That's going to be very interesting. How did you feel about today's session, Trent? Where will the fine folks find you next?
Where will people find me? Here.
Indeed.
Here next week. Rest of the time I'll probably be, in the booth. Or, if I'm not doing that, I'm probably fishing in Minecraft. Even though I don't really need to anymore, I've got the fishing rod that I love that has all the max level enchantments on it, so I don't need to fish anymore. Whatever. Yeah, things with stuff. There was a point where, oh damn it, what was I gonna do? As soon as I realized that it was the Rakshasa, I was just like, oh, okay, I'm glad I didn't do the other thing that I was going to do, because it would not have worked out at all. But I can't remember what it was now. I was thinking about it earlier when either when Jen or Brandon was talking. I was like, oh, I need to remember to mention this thing, and now I can't remember what it was. So whatever. Yeah, the thing once Metro comes up, it's going to be I need to make sure that I drink enough salt water so that my saline levels are full for all the crying that he's going to be doing. Let's see. That's what it was. If Tanton had understood what was being said, if he spoke Celestial and had heard what was going back and forth, he would have just like standing outside the room would have been like, look, if he takes your arms, I can just make you new ones. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Tell him you'd hate to lose your arms. Tell him that one. That's a good one.
Terrible.
Oh, my arms.
No, please. Please.
But looking at level 14, Tanton now has the ability to equip 5 magic items with no restrictions based on class, level, species, or anything. He's just he's a magic item master, and he can do 10 infusions now. And I get to pick another cantrip, and I'm like, oh, I could get spare the. No, I already have it. Oh, I could get. No, I've got that one. I got that one too. Oh, I could get. No, I don't like that one.
Light?
It's just like,
Light's always a good one.
Yeah. I was thinking about dancing lights, but no. But I think I've decided what it's going to be, but I'm not sure. We'll see.
Okay.
Yeah. So the bits and pieces that he took from the Rakshasa will be parts of the magical upgrades that go into Spanner at level 15.
Ah, very nice. Yep, which is closing in.
Yep.
Closing in.
Yep.
Good stuff, Tren. And really good stuff from everybody. It was like I said, a fitting season finale, and I love having a season premiere right after a season finale. That works out really well.
At some point, I'm not sure when. I'm hoping it happens before Thanksgiving. I did I narrated a short story for Pseudopod that is a sequel to a werewolf story called Licking Roadkill that I narrated for them before. This is a sequel to it, which takes place over Thanksgiving dinner. So I'm hoping that the plan is to release it Thanksgiving week.
Very good. And by the way, I should mention, since just as a note to everybody, that now I have to clear this with Tren. We'll have to see what Tren thinks. But next month, everyone, is our annual Christmas Carol, and usually Tren returns. I won't force him if he doesn't want to do it. I won't force him to do it, but I'm just putting it out there that that may be a thing I may request, but no pressure. And if you don't want to, I totally understand. But I'm just gonna put it out there as a thing to consider with your new awesome booth. I'm just saying. That's so unfair on my part. I just thought about it because you mentioned Thanksgiving and I thought about holidays. Anyway, but no pressure. But this was wonderful stuff from all of the crew. And I am very excited for next week when we get season 5, the penultimate season of Eberron Oracle of War underway. Chat, can we get some love for the amazing and awesome people and players that we have here? Thank you so much to Trendane Sparks. Thank you to Marie Bilodeau. Thank you to Brandon O'Brien. Thank you to Jen Brozek. Thank you to John Helfers. Great work, Infinity and Beyond. I will see you folks next week. Bye for now.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
All right. And that is going to do it for us. That was great stuff. I really enjoyed that quite a bit. And as I say, we get to have a premiere right after we have a finale. I think if all goes well, and of course, depending on whether, they all survive through this is very dependent on what happens, and I don't have control over that completely. I'm just the messenger. I just put things in front of them. But I think we are in good shape for the campaign to conclude next year as scheduled. We should be, From Dust will take a few sessions. So if we start that next one, we should be able to finish that hopefully by the end of December, maybe just the beginning of January. Then Part 15 would be January into February. 16 would be March into April. 17 would be May, because remember, ArvCon is in May, and we have that one very long session. So we should be able to get 17 mostly done in May. And then June, July would be 18. which would set us up nicely for August, the end of the summer, concluding Eberron Oracle of War in a very memorable way, I think, but we'll talk about that when we get there. So that is what it's going to look like. It's going to be awesome when it happens. I cannot wait. But that, however, is not for right now. Right now, we have Season 5 to get started, and we'll be doing that next week. So, if you liked what you saw and heard today, may I recommend that you please follow the channel if you have not done so already. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. That is, again, the YouTube channel that not only has archives of my videos, but where I also stream live at the same time that I am streaming on Twitch. And thank you to everyone who was watching me over on YouTube today. Please spread the word. Remember, every new subscriber over there is a new record number because we're up to that new record number of subscribers every time. So, !ArvTube can get you over there. !ArvCord, that's the Discord channel where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Do please join us over there. It's always hopping, a lot of good stuff happening over there. Lovely Arvanauts. They are all great people. That is ArvCord. And of course, on the sort of social media front, !Arv Tweets, Twitter, which is going to be, I'm telling you right now, fading in importance and increasing in importance, is going to be !Arv Sky, my Blue Sky channel, which has gotten a huge infusion of followers. A lot of us have gotten a whole bunch of followers as of late, but I'm closing in now on, I think, 465 or something, 470 followers, which is up like almost 200 followers in the last week or so. So there's been a huge infusion. And once we get to like 500 followers, then I'm going to take serious attention and possibility to just shutting down my Twitter account. I'm not going to close it off completely because I don't want anyone else to take that account. But basically just sort of sit on it, lock it down and sit on it, not post on it anymore is quite possibly what I might do, but we'll see. But every follower I get on Blue Sky makes that more likely. So please join us over on Blue Sky. TikTok is !ArvTalk, and the website for this, arvanelleron.com. Don't forget Hearthglow, new recording for Hearthglow coming a week from yesterday. On Friday the 22nd is when we're going to be doing our long form recording. At that point, Triffid will have it, and then Triffid will be putting out audio in the next 3 subsequent weeks, so you'll have more Hearthglow coming your way, which is going to be great. And also Gen GMs, if you wanted to get a little inside scoop into a monster I was excited to run, I was talking about that Rakshasa, you should check out our latest long form Gen GMs video, and there's more short form and long form coming at you soon, so please check that out at Gen GMs, and please follow us both on YouTube and all the social medias excuse me, for Gen GMs as well. On the financial front, !ArvTrayon. Oh, well, yeah, I mean, I post more, but also just a lot of those are folks that came over from, you got to remember, I had a lot of followers over on Twitter, relatively speaking to that, but not relatively speaking to a lot of the big ones. Like I had 1,256 followers or something on Twitter. But I mean, again, I've been over on Twitter for 13, 14 years. So that's Blue Sky only like 2, 3. So yeah. Emily's got way more than I do on Blue Sky. So, we're getting there step by step. All of this is to build communities and networks. Honestly, it's not so much a numbers game as it is a sort of building reach and community. And that's really important for that too. So anyway, !Arv Trayon is the Patreon, which is the really the financial backbone of the channel. Would love to see that get back into triple digits. That is really the place that I get the most financial support from, at least with the fewest fees. And you can get some cool, unique stuff there, like an epic poem written about you, character backgrounds written for you, and obviously inspirations to help our players as well, one of which was used tonight. So you can do that too. Yeah. You started from 0. So you're doing it organically though, Drew, and you will get there too. And I do have you followed, don't I? I'm sure that I followed you on Blue Sky. If I haven't, I got to go do that, and I will try to take a look at that after the stream. Anyway, so yes, please support the Patreon. Please sub to the channel, as several of you did today. You get those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitter. We're going to be hopefully adding a few more emotes soon, because we have some more slots. So definitely make sure to support us there. Again, you also get inspirations to help the players if you support at a high enough tier. On the publishing front, !Icarus, my graphic novel from the amazing Athos Arts. !Library is my Tales and Tomes, The Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alligator Alley Entertainment, which is rapidly closing in on being sold out in physical form. And so please make sure you pick that up if you are interested. Alligator Alley also will be responsible for the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade, which is going to be coming out early next year. Exclamation point Greyshade. That's Greyshade, Renegade, and Heretic, those first 3 books in the Grey Assassin trilogy. Those are all from Athos Arts, which again, amazing Athos Arts. And you can find those there. You can also get the audiobook of Greyshade done by our very own Trent Sparks, who now has the awesomeness of that audio booth, the booth that you saw, that isolation booth. And I just went over to look at this. I just got, let me see what the most recent is. Yes, I just got my 50th rating for Greyshade. So we've hit the mythical 50 ratings, 63 ratings of Goodreads, 50 ratings for Greyshade, and we're also getting more ratings from Heretic and Renegade as well. So thank you if you did that. All of those reviews are super helpful because of the algorithm and just sort of getting more attention to it. So that's really awesome. So thank you, everybody. And you can get Greyshade at that link, Greyshade, Renegade, and Heretic, over at that Greyshade link. And you can also get the audiobook, as I mentioned, and pre-order that tabletop role-playing game by Brandon O'Brien. As you heard, he said, almost done. It's almost there. And then it's going to be in full out edits. And then we're going to get a chance to play it. So it's going to be great. And that is all going to be coming out early next year. So you can pre-order it now. And that would be very helpful. And as always, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter. Important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Exclamation point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And exclamation point Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message we will do so for others in that situation in the future. Now, we are going to do a raid today, and raids are very simple. If you are a sub, if you are not a sub, you're going to do this. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. And if you are a sub, you're going to do this. Arvany hype, the Arvanauts have landed, Twitch raid, Arvany roar, and then Arvany love, Arvany smug, Arvany blown, Arvany woe, Arvany witch, Arvany, all the Arvanys, Arvany crit hit, all the Arvanys when you are brought over automagically to the channel, which we are about to show you momentarily. I want to thank all of my amazing mods today: Drew the Damager, Emily the Invincible, Prince Justin, Triffity Mats, and the Rising Tides, the best in the business as always. I do think I know who I'm going to raid. Yes, Drew. Although if you want to drop me a PM, and let me know if there's someone you have in mind, I can. But I have an idea, I think, for who it's going to be. But you can definitely drop me a line, and I will take a look. Thank you to my wonderful Patreon supporters and subscribers: Drew, Emily, Prince Justin, Triffid. Thank you to Critwitch. Thank you to JLC. Thank you to Trendane. And thank you to my wonderful viewers. Thank you to Darksteel Spork, to Dragon Spear, who was lurking, I think, Jagtress, Mrs. Dunsel, also lurking, Nonstop, also lurking, Radio Johnny Panda, and Saturnius. And special thanks today to the Infinity and Beyond crew. Thank you to Tren and Marie and Brandon and Jen and John for being awesome and being a part of this awesome experience. I will see you folks on Tuesday for Dungeons & Dragons with viewers. Make sure you don't miss that. Then we will have By the Dice Roll doing some Ghosts of Saltmarsh over on GOG.com. And then that night we will have the Our Vocalist right here doing Growing Up. That is going to be a good time, so definitely check that out. And then we'll be right back here. Then I'll be here on Thursday with some Dark Sun Shattered Lands. That's going to be awesome. And then we'll be back here on Saturday, 1 week from today, as we will be doing the season premiere of season 5 of Eberron Oracle of War. That is going to be a good time. But that's it for me. Thanks, everyone. Please stick around for the raid, and have a lovely rest of your weekend. And I'll see you folks back here on Tuesday. Until then, everyone, please be good to each other. And season 4 complete. Have a good night. Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most. A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Elarian, the Shield. A star-forged Aegis whose strength lies in their shield, their armor, and their will to keep the Citadel and its mission safe. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams have grown more troubled, the sight of her future grown more dim, but whose skill in battle, wisdom in counsel, and love for her sister and the citadel has grown even stronger. Tantin, the Brain, a dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory, with knowledge of what he did for the last war and what he can or must do for the next one. Nisiana, the Heart, a dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, even as the threats they face grow stronger and stranger, and even if she herself can't know where the next path might lead. Rowan, the Wild Card, a human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. Now he's gone all in to save his friends. But will he have the chips to pay if his bet is called? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn, City of Towers, and started to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the Emerald Claw and the Nation of Thrain. They found Sky Blue, the daring thief somehow tied into the ancient draconic prophecy, and stopped the Claw operative Erulin Karnak before traveling back to Salvation and into the Grey to take down the repurposed Conclave outpost, repel a war-forged invasion, and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress, Razorcrag. They found an elemental forge of great power and rescued both hostages from Salvation and the maker of the Oracle of War himself. But the cost, and Braelish soldiers and the mighty floating fortress Argonth taken by the Lord of Blades himself, was high. Now the King's Citadel must widen their world, traveling to the neighboring countries of Karnath, Thrain, and beyond. They've saved Salvation, navigated Sharn, and neutralized Razorcrag. But can they learn the Oracle's secrets, unmask the Emerald Claw, and stop a war? Only if they remember that in the end all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the world beyond Salvation.